Don't you start. I can see you looking at stuff on the floor, Jack. You little shit.
He's got stuff over there.
I know, but he's looking right here. He's like, he's looking at stuff on the floor. Don't even fucking start your shit, eh? He's like, oh, cool. I'm like, I didn't know that was there.
Right?
Okay. Okay.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah, I know. I like your method. It works way better than mine of sitting on the floor, begging him, feeding him piece by piece. So, making him gourmet meals that he snuffs at. I think this is actually something that people should do. Like, it should be like a mandatory daily to go through emotions and then pick which emotion you feel. It's super helpful having a whole set of emotions that are like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Confident. What the fuck is this?
It's how you feel.
Energized. I feel cute. I feel cold. I feel fabulous.
Oh, I was cold.
Funny.
Hungry is my favorite.
Super. Inspired. Pumped. What was it? What was that? What was it?
Missing. Strong.
I feel strong. Strong is the same as
Super.
Super and strong are the same.
And sometimes if you like search one, you might get one that's like actually not in the suggested.
Fed up.
Puzzled.
I'm puzzled.
Meh. Better.
Safe.
I like the safe one. The free one I like too.
Old.
The weird one I like too.
I feel alive. It's just a normal
human.
Oh.
Insecure.
Kind. It's also
uncomfortable.
Wordless.
I like the ready.
Nice. Miserable.
Awkward.
The mad and miserable is the same.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're mad.
Yep.
That's what you should take.
Done.
Hey, it's us.
It is us. Are you a chicken? That's how my video is gonna start now. Yeah, see, it's already 4 seconds in, so that's how my video is gonna start. Thank you.
Your video starts. Are you a chicken?
Yeah, super. Wow.
I'm burning the house.
It's not very good fucking video quality on the computer. It's a lot better on my phone or the big phone. Look, see, look at the fucking fire rate. Barely, like, it doesn't even keep up with the monitor, which is just so stupid.
Charger?
Sorry, I locked. I put it somewhere else. Oh, it's right here. My bad.
Somewhere else. Like, you know.
I try not to do that because my dog freaks out and he'll stop what he's doing. He's like, "What's happening?" I'm like, "Nothing." Being stupid. I pinched my computer screen on my finger. Over here.
Data transfer and charging cable.
Hmm?
also a data transfer cable?
They're all.
No. Now, yes.
Can't even handle it. I can't handle the fucking devices of any kind anymore. Like, it's not just incompetence anymore. It's just
Maybe
like
you should just go device free.
I did for
Maybe you
7
should have
years.
an old ass fucking home phone.
I would love to get a landline. Honestly, I heard someone's phone ring the other day. The guy, the drunk. I know you know exactly who it is. He's a super huge alcoholic. Lives next to the death in the apartment, bottom right. Guy's always fucking wasted. He has a landline. I heard it ring the other day. I was like, is that a phone? I freaked out. I was like, we should get a landline. I don't even want my cell phone. I don't need a cell phone. I don't want it. Because all I do is get calls for Jacob threatening to break my kneecaps. Asshole. Excuse me? Probably, yeah. Throw me away into the man pile. I can't read. I've been lying this whole time. Oh my god, it's the 27th! Halloween! I have to make our costume. Oh. Okay. I know. Is that the TV? Huh? Are you moving the TV? Oh, wow. Jeez, Dad. Oh, okay. I was passing over my footrest. Yeah, no, it just like sounded like you were moving something as big as the TV. It's easy, okay. Step 1 said assay bun, like kiss my buns are your buns whole. Step 2 says shit say poo. For what? There's the bit of photo stuff. The air conditioner? Yeah, but I have a box at the back door to put the other one in. What? In a box up there. I just put that in the storage. Yeah, no, I have the other one at the back. Yeah. I have a box in the back door I got. Oh, it's still outside. You fucking stupid. I knew that. Oh. That's okay, yeah. You're not usually here, so. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, someone's got to make the dough. Yeah, soon you're not going to be working. I'm going to go back to work, so. We were going to switch. Sorry. okay, Jack. He's just cleaning.
Not cleaning.
Okay, so tantrum me out. Never mind. That's fine. Okay. We're gonna try something you and me.
Huh?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my dog. Hmm. Hmm. That'll work. Mm-hmm. Is that your new song, Jan?
Yeah.
All I hear is you. Shit, fuckity fuck. That's why I'm never bored with you. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Oh wow.
Right? You remember that commercial?
No.
Woohoo! 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 It's a little much. Oh yeah, that's where we draw the line. It's too much. I find it really funny. We make jokes, but like literally within like a couple minutes of being with me, sometimes people are like, "You're like a lot." I'm like, "Oh, that hurt my feelings." I thought it was a fun time. I think I'm funny. I don't give a shit. Are you gonna come back to this joint or?
Yes, I am right now.
Mm. 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 Mm.
You know, it's food. Stop.
Hang on, Jack. That was gonna be the food.
That's garbage. I don't want garbage.
We threw it out when we went.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Was that
Yeah.
it?
Okay, take
Yeah,
this
that's right. First, yeah.
and give them the dog treats.
Where's the...
Behind the, what do you call it? The coffee machine. All right, that's where I put them last time. What are you doing? You're sitting on a bunch of dirt, Jack.
Oh, behind that.
What? Why would it be behind the other ones?
It's just like fucking 30.
There's like 30 coffee machines in her home. Sounds all right, yeah. There is no lack of coffee machines in this house. Or toasters. No, I think it was Ivan said he wanted one of my toasters. That's why I have the extra one. And I was like, "You want my toaster?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "No, it's because he was doing a course with the fire brigade where he learns the smoke alarm. He learns how to make the smoke alarms." I was like, "Are you actually taking like a legit course on that?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "That's a fucking cool," and it has something to do with speakers too. Like if you learn that, it's like the same thing as like the big speakers that they use for the shows. You're able to fix those too. I was like, that's kind of cool. Like, I would be down to take that kind of course. I wanted to take an engineering course, and then I was like looking at all the different types of engineering there is, and I'm like, wow, I'm just literally gonna need to take a course to learn what course I need to take. Because I just want to be able to MacGyver shit better. It's basically what I want to do. I don't want to do any kind of like science or math, like high school homework bullshit. But apparently that's not possible. I thought it was weird that I inquired about the law fucking program thing, and they were like calling me back multiple times. I'm like, I don't know. To me, that's a red flag. but no, it's because it's a what do you call it? It's a private one.
Yeah.
So, and even if you pass the bar exam and you don't pass the French language part of it, that means that you fail. I was like, okay, so you cannot be a lawyer? Like how many times can you retake the French one though? Like I don't understand. Like, but apparently the police at the fucking airport, the ones with the canine cops,
Yeah.
apparently that's also how their trading is done. It's the dog picks you, and if the dog doesn't like you or the dog isn't compatible with you, that's it. You're done. You go back to being a cop at the airport. I was like, what? Like, he's like, yeah, no, that's why, like, there's not many cops that get to that point where they can be the canine cops at the airport. It's really hard to get into. He's like, first you have to be a regular cop. I'm like, all right, I'm already fucking lost interest. Like, I wanted to do a boot camp or anything.
Okay.
Well, like, what do you call it? Like, the courses. Like, obstacle courses and shit. I just don't want someone screaming in my face because I'll hit them. Okay.
Good.
Cheese.
Cheese? Yeah.
Cheese? Yeah. To brush his teeth.
Ah!
Because it ripped on the side of the finger. So all the hot water goes in the glove now and just burns the fuck out of my hand. I was like, okay, well, I have one other glove and I have a glove downstairs from before, so I'll just do that. And this one I'll turn into a dog toothbrush. I looked at them when we were at the pet store the other day. Holy shit. It was like $14 for one of these things. I was like, what? It didn't make sense. Why? It's like two of them and like one's longer bristles. I'm like, okay, but it's like a rubber condom that you put on your finger. Like,
Pretty much like that.
well, I bought so many like different types of like toothbrushes for him before, and then one day the vet was like, "Why do you brush your dog's teeth every day?" I'm like, oh, because in the book when I got him, I got like all the pamphlets. I told her to give me all the pamphlets because I've never had a dog, so she gave me a duotang full of dog pamphlets of learning how to fucking own your first dog. I was like, I even like studied and shit for my dog, like I do with jobs. And they were like, just brush every time you go to brush your teeth, brush your dog's teeth too. And then I went to a vet where she was like, oh, there's no point. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, no, dogs don't produce tartar or gingivitis or something like that. I was like, what? Really? Like, but he eats a human food diet. So doesn't that mean like this stomach, like his stomach acids, like he'll burp sometimes, like, and that's what goes on his teeth? Like, she just convinced me just to stop brushing my dog's teeth. And I know why now. It's so that I'd have to bring him back later on. And fucking they asked to remove all his teeth. They were fucking we're gonna take all of them out. I was like freaking out. Like, everyone actually compliments his teeth. They're like, oh wow, he's got a lot of teeth though. The front ones are really white.
Whoa.
What? What did you do upstairs? Sounded like you threw everything around. Get up, Kimmy.
I have more space.
You scared the shit of the dog. Dog was like tail right away. Ah! Three more.
That's what I said, baby.
Your breath is tickling me now. There's like the fingers and strips them.
Oh, shit.
Oh no! Okay, so I tried to take that. Oh no, it's really lit.
Ah!
There you go. Oh. This is bone. I tried to take that stupid left thing off, and there's a metal wire attaching it. I was like, okay, now it's like a whole thing that I have to do. So
Yeah, I know.
it's really odd microphone.
I ate my biscuits today. They were open for the longest time.
Yeah, but you can take this cup there off and I wasn't. Oh, my arms is stiffer. I saw the picture that I actually took a picture of the one thing I even said before she died. I was like, that is the only thing I want. That picture of the bathroom. And I found it on my phone because I wanted to make sure. Every single person like, oh, I looked, I couldn't find it. And I'm like, hey, whatever. Even though all her outside furniture is still fucking there and it's like nothing was touched, I'm pretty sure fucking that stupid fucking Ukrainian chick just commandeered her house. Pretty sure she probably like goes through with a fucking legal note. Not kidding. She's a fucking yeah. The Ukraine flag was huge. Handmade posters all over the fucking place. I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's the only one on the street too that did it. Like, all the other neighbors. Fucking, I know that. Like, fucking bring it to the over.
Where's the joint go? Okay,
Right. These pigs are very. I don't like them. Oh, did you?
No, it's not the free.
How do you find rods? Like, they're kind of like that woman.
It feels like sugar thing at the jar, but it's not rock sugar.
Yeah. Package. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like I don't feel like there's sugar in my coffee.
You not need my sunglasses in bed. I know I said I'm just. Victoria stole my lighter. I apparently stole her lighter, and we both did not mean to. So we both accused each other of stealing lighters. Cool.
My turn. My sword.
Oh my god, the guy who climbed the bridge that stopped all the traffic. They're like, what do you do in your spare time? He's like, actually, I play Magic the Gathering mostly.
That's Gavin.
What? Magic the Gathering?
Yeah.
That's what the guy who climbed the bridge. They're like, what do you do in your spare time? Like, do you work in like the environment industry? He's like, actually, I play Magic. And they're like, what? Like the card game? Like, he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay.
Once in a while when I open it, they can see there's color on top. Look at the oh, he's there.
Is patty in there? Probably.
No.
No?
But the patties are here.
Why don't you cut the top open? You can hide shit in there like weed.
No, I don't want it.
What is that, brothers? That's from a movie. Like, not Euro Trip. You can put your weed in there.
What?
You can't put your weed in there.
Yeah, there's more space. You're coming out with me.
I can come and annoy you in your face.
Yes.
You're funny.
What?
I'll put you have in your face so I don't come and annoy you.
What? No. That's not the
You're a really bad liar, by the way.
I'm not lying.
What? No!
No, the point of having my space is that I can be there, and if you need something, you can bother me here. Because I'm here.
I don't think you're fully grasping the definition of
No,
your space.
there's no such thing as my space.
I know that, yeah, and you know that you're also the reason when you're my reason for everything. Because you said it the other day, and I'm like, I'm meant to feed people. Make that.
Yeah, man.
Exactly. But I also live for you too. You know that, eh? Okay. Oh my god. Round one, fight. Do 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 do. But see, this is why I love you, because you are my backup fucking soundtrack. Oh look, the sun! The sun opened the curtains. Okay. You say so. The dog is very, very confused as to what the fuck me and you are doing. You look very lost.
Maybe I need to pass the room up here. Before it can't come up.
Okay, here.
Just pass through the room.
Okay.
You were like, oh, because you thought you were gonna have to do it.
Yeah, kind of.
That's from your new room.
What?
Not to be your new room.
It's for all the paint and the shit. The powder, the me sanding the wall so I don't fuck up the new one.
Oh, it's not your wall.
I was wondering where the fuck the other one went.
Oh wow, I'm impressed.
What?
It was the only thing underneath the couch.
Yeah, because I sweep under there all the time.
Thank you, baby.
Oh. I almost fucking nailed the dog sunglasses. Yeah, it's only took your face, sorry. Give Daddy a second, you'll go upstairs then. Let him just sweep so you don't fucking hoover everything.
Hoover! I just gave her a bunch of treats.
Yeah, no, you already devoured them and you're sitting here looking upstairs. With the saddest, confused face.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, because you're moving stuff around, and when you go upstairs, you usually sit there quietly. What are you, fucking, Game of Thrones?
That's exactly what I said earlier.
Yeah, that's why I'm reading it, because I'm being a shit. Sorry, I love you.
You're coming! Ready for it?
What?
Coming!
Oh. Oh my god. Okay, this is gonna be forever. Jesus. Oh.
It did take forever.
Good job, Jack. Come on.
That was awesome, though.
Ew, you're so slinky pants.
Hey!
Quit.
Fucking Ritz box stuff about that. Rubber snack. Rubber snack. Whoa!
Oh, you want the dustpan?
Yes.
Okay. Here. You can Swiffer too, since you're already doing all that. Swiffering is actually pretty fun. Jim literally is obsessed with the Swiffer. He's like, oh, I love Swiffering. I'm like, that's a weird thing to like have preference. The only reason why I liked Swiffering was because the first time I ever used a Swiffer was at a truck stop. So like the truckers come in with their nasty muddy boots and they walk across the fucking store to the back where the bathrooms are. I'm like, I literally just mopped the shit on the floors with like the old ass like yellow bucket mop that weighs like 1,000,000 pounds. But then we got like a Swiffer that I could go over it whenever they walk with their boots. I'm like, this thing's fucking amazing. I understand why so many people throw them out all the time. The Swiffers? I always see people that throw them out. I'm like, but it's perfectly fine. Are you just gonna buy another Swiffer? Actually, Kate Donaghy fucking saw me on one of my live streams doing breaking the bottle open. She's like, I have a trick. Put it under warm water, pops right off. I was like, no shit. She's like, oh yeah, I started doing that when COVID prices started getting ridiculous. Like I can't fucking afford like $16 for a bottle of fucking Swiffer. Woo! Yeah, someone threw out a whole box of Swiffer pads. And like honestly, the difference between the Swiffer pads and the no-name ones, very huge difference. Okay. So like there's always a side that's like curved up ever so slightly. You have to always pick the flat side or whatever side is more flat because the wall. If I catch it in time. If you put it with the flip side up, you end up fucking wasting all the wood. The Swiffer pads, there's always a side that's like a little bit bent upwards. Okay. So always put it on the flatter side, otherwise you waste all the liquid. And that's the actual liquid in there, by the way. It's a huge difference, believe it or not. Okay. That's where it fucking is. What? Open the window so it dries faster. What? Open the window so it dries faster. Ah! Idiot. What did I do? What? Dummy. Why do I do this to myself? Okay. Now you got me doing it, fuck.
You're even that dirty.
Wow. Oh, it's because I mopped it there with the actual mop.
Oh.
And those mops are not like the actual like yellow mops. Nothing like those. Super annoying. Why is there a catchphrase for Tim Hortons? Grab yours now. Underneath it. That's fucking dumb.
Are you talking about their balls?
That's funny.
Grab yours now.
Well, they just got more sexual assault charges again.
Tim Hortons?
No, the hockey team.
Oh, okay.
Because basically, Tim Hortons has no money left since they dropped the hockey team that all the players are in jail. Because they apparently filmed it on top of that.
Wow.
Yeah. And they said it's because they filmed it because they wanted it as evidence in case that she accuses them of sexually molesting, to say that she was willing.
When you're doing something that you need evidence to prove that you're not sexually molesting someone, it's molesting.
The fact that this is already an idea in your head might be a problem.
You're molesting someone. She's just agreeing with it without knowing the consequence. If she does. Because like she doesn't know, like, and then when the actual thing happened, you're like, what the fuck is this? Well, you agreed to this.
When a girl's like this, and she can't, her spine will not straighten, it means next time. Maybe go to breakfast and try again tomorrow. Like, but no, you, and it's like, you know what? The nonverbal cues, yeah, I agree, that's bullshit. But like, that was like, you guys invited her, and there was multiple of you, and not one of you at any point was like, hey, maybe we should not be doing this. Like, fucking creeps. That's what happens when your children are too fucking entitled.
Well, that's why it's confusing. Two supports.
Oh, I didn't notice the back one, though. Can you move it? Can it go up or down? That's fair. Honestly, everything else.
It moves when you slide it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because there's a little gap there.
Okay. So it like adjusts to the seat.
Look, I'm sure if I do
it. There's too many controls in your chair.
This one?
Do it again? No. No. But that's fair. Everything else kind of fucking moves. Well, I guess because when you move your chair forward, it'll go higher up on your back, right? They said.
Well, it's because if I do this,
very cool chair, honestly.
It's instead of being leaning like my.
That's cool. Your chair's got a suspension, like a fucking truck. That little thing underneath it, that's a spring. That's neat. Wait! You're stupid. Okay, you know what? Fuck Derek. Depress my ass. That would depress you. I give you a fucking wheelie chair and you're like, wait! Yeah, you look real depressed, Jan. Wonder fucking why. Because my boss is a fucking asshole. Fucking treat me like slave labor. Fucking child labor force.
Hey, did we put the milk in the fridge?
I did, yeah.
Okay, cool.
You guys start doing that. Child labor force.
I say it all the time.
When Derek's around?
Yeah. Child labor force. There you go, Dennis. My name's not Dennis.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
It's the Chinese guy called Kenny Dennis. And you
Chinese guy?
Child labor force. Shitty walk. In South Park.
Okay.
Shitty walk.
Yeah.
Guy.
Yeah.
Child labor force.
Yeah. But he's not actually Chinese.
It's all the no, I know he's not actually Chinese. He's double.
He's white.
Yes, double personality. It's kind of funny.
It's great.
But anyway, he's like child labor force. It's all the kids when the shitty pot down. See, like the solo soaper is coming out. He does shitty pot down.
Yeah.
Well, and then he's got the kids working for him, and then Kenny's working to get money to get a doll to his sister. And,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So he's like, child labor before is like, I'm sorry, Dennis. I only have this for you. He gives him $1, and Kenny's like, my name is not Dennis. His name's fucking Kenny. I know Dennis.
I have that game somewhere. Oh, maybe Cameron took it actually. I could have sworn I fucking had it. The Fractured Butthole.
Oh, I got a good story about that.
What?
They couldn't put butthole in the title of because they wanted to call it Fractured Butthole.
Okay.
Actual fractured.
Yeah.
But they couldn't write butthole for the title of the game.
It's the second one
So it
though.
was like during Christmas, the guy was like brainstorming. How the fuck? Fractured butthole, fractured butthole, and he was just.
That is actually how they brainstorm too.
He was repeating fractured butthole to try to divide it in some way so he could put it on the fucking game. So it's what's called fractured butthole. So fractured butthole. And he's like, "Yeah, we did it!" I was like, "You guys."
That's the second one. The Stick of Truth was the first one.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenally good game. Honestly, probably one of the best games that I played recently.
You go to the back of Tweak House. It's a match shack.
And like honestly, the gameplay, it's actually very well thought out. Like there's no fucking, it's not buggy or anything. There's no like things that I'm like, okay, so what was all that for? Like that's all just filler, like just for no reason. It has nothing to do with the gameplay. I'm like, okay, whatever. Just trying to drag out the game longer. Okay, what are you?
Maybe, eat me away.
What the fuck is this place? Destroyed everything.
In a weird bowl.
Big spoon. Big spoon.
Big spoon. My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big.
Okay. Look at this. So, remember we saw the Sugar Shack Studios, right? So you click on it, right?
Yeah, I clicked on it.
Wait. That's the location,
Okay.
the house.
Yes.
Look at the comments.
The squirrels are aggressive though.
Wait, what? What does squirrels have to do with the Sugar Shack Studio? What are you? A Sugar Shack? Are you a photo place? What does that have to do with squirrels? I'm so confused.
I'm sure it was AI that did a comment about the picture that they saw.
I already commented. I'm so confused. I'm the next comment. I commented like fucking a month ago.
Something not right.
No, literally, I commented a month ago.
I'm so confused. So this is something to do with squirrels.
I didn't get any reply.
You are a crazy squirrel lady.
No, but these people are just crazy.
What do you know?
Great hot dogs. Squirrels are aggressive though. Look. Great hot dogs. Squirrels are aggressive though. 5 stars. I don't understand.
It's a weird.
I'm gonna say it's a drug den. That could be the only justifiable like reason as to what the fuck you guys are talking about. Like, you guys are on drugs.
It's a drug den that sells hot dogs.
Are they Haitian?
Oh my god! Get out of my head. I was like, they're probably black.
Well, like so far,
They're
what was it? Trump's VP that's running with him. He like made a super subtle like eating cats comment. I was like, wow, that was very subtle. I'm surprised nobody called you out on that one. That fucking chair is. It's also very awkward, and you try to fucking get it on a stair, and it'll slip. It rolls. Fucking so. Well, I guess. Overcome with squirrels. 1 star.
Jesus Christ.
That's all the comments. Filtered by Squirrels 3. Overcome the squirrels. 1 like. So, like, filtered by Squirrels 3? What the fuck is happening right now?
What the fuck is going on?
These are the businesses that are still open and up and running because they're doing great, obviously. That and Starbucks. Very upset.
Boom, 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 boom. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, anyway. I was looking to see fucking, what do you call it?
Squirrel?
No, not squirrels. I need fucking stupid putty stuff. Stackle.
Sweet, look.
I've already filled like 3 glasses with it, so.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, it's fast if you suck it out.
Like,
It's like a sip sack.
like
Got
a
milk.
sip sack.
Got milk.
Wow, that's cow juice, baby.
It feels like you're sucking on a boob. It's a little weird.
Sucking on boob, baby. Sucking on boob.
Well, like, it's like a bag, so it's weird.
It's like tit juice now.
Kinda, but like, it's like uncomfortable a little bit. But like, I'm not, it's like, I don't want to wash the dish, so.
Like, are you having
We have
a
to pick our
lesbian-
battles.
Are you having like a lesbian experience? With
No, I'm just picking my battles. I don't want to wash another dish. Do I choose like my personal like level of comfort or having to do more
rather
work?
your children kill 10 people or them to be liberal?
See what I mean? We have to make sacrifices. No problem. What are you? What? I
I'm
was,
depressed, right?
I was digging that dance, yeah.
I'm depressed.
And you, and on top of that, you actually aren't on drugs, so that's fucking double whammy there, yeah. Doing good.
Doing good, Dark Man. Well, there you go.
No.
Wait, what?
Oh, cool. Good for you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. In there. And they're closed. Because it's Sunday, so everything's closed.
Yes.
Very good.
In the fucking depth. Boom, 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 boom.
You know. Hmm. 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 I hate you. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. What?
Bing.
Bang.
Bing, bang.
Oh.
Bing, bang, bing.
Mm.
Bing, 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 bing. Uy, no.
Hmm? Wait, what? What? Oh, okay, I get it. Just come on. Seriously? Hmm. Alright. And you're just gonna show me all restaurants. Fucking useless. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Mm. Oh, the fuck is that? Oh, cool. Mm. Fuck. That sucks. It is currently almost 1:30. Okie dokie. Mm. Mm. Is the floor dry up there?
Yeah.
Hmm. What? Oh. Mm? The fuck, yeah. Pain.
Ah, that is nice. That is very nice.
Ow. Come on. Go. Fucking useless. All right.
This number in mind. It's really sensitive because we can identify complications related to obesity, and most of these complications are really
Oh wow, it's so nice up here.
things like high
Oh look, you have a whole spot for you.
liver disease, heart disease,
What?
stroke, and things like
So
that.
the sofa? Oh, that'd be great.
Really costly to take care of all these diseases. That could be
Sure.
part of
Sure.
if we could add.
What about other jurisdictions and how they treat this? When jurisdictions, other countries that do a better job of this, recognize it as a disease and treat it that way?
I agree with it.
Well,
Because it's not really cool.
I think that many jurisdictions
I'm gonna put them somewhere it's like a front door.
Jurisdictions.
But like, I don't know, half of them or something.
What?
Yeah, but me. Dog gets the entire couch to himself. I like that the dog gets the
The payers would agree to reimburse for the treatment, but there's a huge difference between putting big or hard top conditions and not discussing the fact that we could pay for these treatments.
So, I'm sure some people listening, and it's a tough choice to have.
Why are
to
you
make. I'm just
there
saying,
on the
look, if you want to lose just 10 or 15 pounds and it's for vanity, no, obviously the government should not be paying for that. Where do you draw the line between it being something like that and something serious enough that the government should pay for it?
Well, how much is it okay?
The solution is in part in having experts in the field doing good evaluations of the reason why there's some weight to lose. We can make the difference between somebody who just want to look good and somebody who has already signs of coming diseases related to obesity. So I think that when there are conditions associated with the obesity,
But like, stop eating.
there should be reimbursement.
Like, your kid comes to you every half an hour. I'm hungry. They're not hungry. They're bored. Tell them go eat some ice. You need to fucking feed your children every half an hour. Fucking 1 in 3 kids have diabetes. Fuck that up. Fucking child abuse. Take your kid to fucking McDonald's. Your kids fucking double D titties. Like,
Sort of saying the same thing. Are you optimistic the government has, an open mind to discuss this, or do you think it's still very much an uphill battle?
Well, we're starting to see some doors opening, so there are discussions to do around this topic. I remain optimistic. I know it's going to be a long.
yeah, well, so you're getting paid. I'm sure you do.
I remain optimistic. We're seeing some doors open, so there will be something at some point. It may be long, but we need at least to start the discussion and have serious discussions about what should we do about this disease. Why should this disease not be treatment reimbursed?
Because you just stop eating your feelings.
Expensive treatments for their conditions.
By the way, I know that you would know this, so it's expensive now, but typically what tends to happen is more and more people use these drugs. The cost starts to come down. Is that something you see as a possibility?
What?
It should be a possibility, yes. That's a fact. When there are more buyers, I'll say it that way, then the cost per unit goes down. but for now, with the drugs we have that are drugs that are really expensive to develop, I don't see a big lowering in the cost over a short or mid-term.
Okay.
It still remains costly, but we will work on that. As I said, we treat other conditions with costly drugs and tourists, so we need to have the same speech with obesity if we agree that it's a disease.
Just one last thing that I wanted to ask or add here is the fact that let's say that was to happen. When you go on these drugs, because you have the disease of obesity, right? It's chronic. You're staying on these for the rest of your life, right? This is not about going on them for 3 months or 6 months or anything else.
No, you get diabetes. If you didn't have diabetes and you take Ozempic, now you have diabetes because you have to take it forever. Idiot. Ivan calls them poser diabetics because type B means that you weren't born with it. It means that you got it from eating too much. There's type A, there's type B. Type A, you're born with it. Type B is that you basically induced it from bad diet. But like it's like the whole smoking thing. Like if you're a smoker and you get lung cancer, can they be like, wow, like that's not really humane? First of all, second of all, it's kind of what we signed up for when we signed up for paying taxes and having a free, quote unquote, free healthcare system. Like the healthcare is there, so you have to treat the people, whether they fucking smoke themselves to death or not. That's their choice. You bitchy all you want.
It's 1:30. I'm Tom Whalen with the CTV News.
Thanks, Tom.
Here's what's making news right now. French language TV network TVA reporting that the CSN trade union wants CAQ health minister Christian Dubé to stem the tide of doctors leaving the health system in favor of private practice. According to the union, 500 family doctors left RAMQ for the private sector this year alone, reducing access for the public. Workers at the Port of Montreal are holding a 24-hour strike today to protest lagging contract talks. Longshoremen have been without a contract since late last year. They'll be back at work at 7 tomorrow morning.
Oh, the daycare lady people. I like how they're doing it. They're gonna leave early, half an hour early, and every week that they don't do negotiations, they're gonna keep reducing half an hour. I was like, that's a reasonable thing to do. You can't just be like, the SAQ people, they're like, we had available strike days, so we figured we'd make our point nice and clear. It's like, yeah, but you guys got your deal, so why are you guys going on? I don't understand. Like, well, we had the strike days. Like, I don't even know what the fuck that means. And then if you get the deal done, that means your strike is over. And they just literally, like, didn't go to work that day. The people need their booze. And it's like, you wonder why when you are open, you have customers that are not really very polite or, like, not really down for you. Because you guys are like, oh, we're closed. Like, it's West Island. Everyone's a fucking alcoholic. Oh my god, next time they do that, I should put a sign fucking Ford to Ganawage. Thompson's Ganawage. $15 a bottle. And the service is awesome. Everyone's really, really friendly and nice.
Paxlovid, an oral medication from Pfizer.
Oh my god.
About it is simple. Ask your pharmacist or doctor if it could be.
It's like fucking what's his name, Joe Rogan, and he's like, I've been taking ivermectin on a daily. I feel great. And the guy was like, really? Like, you take ivermectin every day? He's like, yeah, it makes me feel so much better though. He's like, really? He's like, yeah, my doctor didn't suggest that I do it. He recommended against it actually. He's like, really? Maybe you should not take it on a daily then? It's like, yeah, but it feels so much better though. Fucking idiot.
Tomorrow, then a mix of sun and cloud and 12 on Tuesday. Right now, just a few clouds, plus 5 in downtown Montreal.
We're gonna have to get his like bottom fucking intestine removed eventually. Oh my god. Oh, I thought you guys were going to talk about the $11 billion musical you guys fucking paid for all the tickets to be bought. And it's literally a fucking musical about nothing. Thank you.
Nightmare Before Christmas, November 30th at
Nightmare Before Christmas?
Oh no, people putting on Play Nightmare Before Christmas.
Tickets at lastdaysr.com. At Hydro Solution, we install water.
I saw it in IMAX. It was so worth it, but I'll play now.
That's how we roll.
I don't want to see adults being like high school kids in a play. Especially not like one of my favorite
We
movies.
screw in, we strengthen, we measure, we level, we pet your dog.
It's so cute.
So
We
cute.
unplug, we reconnect, we assemble, we calibrate, we adjust.
You could do a job like that, Yan.
And we only leave once all the work is done. Hydro
Like
Solution.
a technician type job.
Sell, we install, we get it done.
No, but like the what do you call it? The guy who came and set up our internet. Oh, you weren't here. You were working that day.
Replace a lost license.
Because I was like, can I offer you something to drink? I was like, I hope you don't mind that I smoke like pot, whatever. He's like, no, but I appreciate you asking. Because like sometimes I go to people's houses and they're smoking. I'm like, would it be possible to like open a window? No, the guy was really nice. So I was like, nah, I very much like dealing with you guys. He's like, you know we are Bell, right? I'm like, yeah, but you guys aren't the Bell company. You guys are not Bell employees. I don't sit on hold for 4 hours. Won't be long. Because I have to remove paint off the stove. Because if I turn the stove on and the paint is still on there, it'll melt. And it smells bad. And we made the mistake yesterday. Right? I am, because I want to maybe.
Okay, fine.
I maybe want to go to Walmart before it closes. It's only 1:30, so it closes at 5. We've got tons of time. I just need a box, little container of spackle, that's all. And we need bread. Gatorade and shite.
Exceptional aging, that term is relatively new because, as you point out, as people get older, the Canadian population will get older. This is just off the top. By 2040, a quarter of us, 65 and older. So that's 10 million people at least in this country. But where we used to think that was the time to take long walks, work in the garden, whatever, take naps are good.
Naps are
That's
good.
not the case anymore. There's some people, I know you mentioned one specific gentleman here who's 82 years old. So if we factor him out because he was very competitive, he worked hard, and he was in amazing shape for someone his age and someone actually half his age. What does this say to the average person out there in that age group, 60, 70, whatever, 80, in terms of what they can do fitness-wise?
Keeps happening on the wall.
The really exciting part about the case study of this, 82-year-old who started taking up triathlon at 75 is that the trainability. Like, we always thought that was really a time where you couldn't.
Oh, please stop. I
your
can't.
business or taking up new activities. But
Yeah, but you can't just like offer the maid and then be like, wow, look, they can do stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Today's immigration flip-flop is a massive admission of failure by Justin Trudeau. An admission that he's not worth the cost or the corruption.
Men are often also afraid of emotion.
Today's immigration flip-flop is a massive admission of failure by Justin Trudeau. An admission that he's not worth the cost or the corruption. With his own MPs working to throw him out. In less than a year from the carbon tax election, Trudeau has suddenly admitted that radical, uncontrolled immigration and policies related to it are partly to blame for joblessness, housing, and healthcare crises. In fact, let's remember, after 9 years of
I'm
Trudeau,
having a
we have 10
crisis.
Torontonians lined up at food banks.
Love
We have
between
14
my
members of homeless
thighs.
encampments across the province of Ontario. 2 million Canadians have to go to a food bank every month. Scurvy is making a comeback. We have the worst economy in the G7. Everything is broken. Today's immigration flip-flop is a massive admission of failure by Justin Trudeau, an admission that he's not worth the cost or the corruption. With his own MPs working to throw him out, in less than a year from the carbon tax election, Trudeau has suddenly admitted that radical, uncontrolled immigration and policies related are part of the blame for joblessness, housing, and healthcare crises. In fact, let's remember, after 9 years of Trudeau, we have 1 in 10 Torontonians lined up at food banks, 1,400 homeless encampments across the province, and nearly 2 million Canadians have to go to a food bank every month. Scurvy is making a comeback. We have the worst economy in the G7.
Everything is broken. I concur.
No matter how much you all in the West hype it and talk about, are Christians safe in the Muslim world? Well, you have more churches per capita for Christians in the Muslim world than we have mosques in America, and we have even more churches per capita for Christians in the Muslim world than we even have mosques per capita for Muslims. The number of churches per Christian.
Oh, it's ridiculous though. Like, and you can't tell me that many people actually go to church. Like,
Okay, so one church for every 960 Christians.
and you wonder why fucking God always needs more money.
For 2,800 Muslims. That means
All your fucking priests want to fucking do real estate.
Christians in the Arab world than mosques. And the same goes if you go into the Far East, into Indonesia, which has a significant Christian population, but you have one church for every 857 Christians, but one mosque for every 1,380 Muslims. So you tell me who's more, who actually has tolerance?
Oh.
In the West, hype.
When we look at the outcomes of therapy, what we begin to realize is that our attitudes, our perceptions, all of these things actually determine our outcomes. So when I perceive that I'm not very good at a subject, how do I feel and how do I respond? So with some of the patients that I've worked with, unfortunately, when they feel like they're not good at something, they have been taught, right? This is crazy. They have been taught that no amount of effort will make a difference. This is why they're lazy. It's because when they were very young, they tried really hard, and then they could never make their parents happy. So if you can never make your parents happy, what do you learn
But
about
then,
the
like,
value
I
of
just
effort?
want to not
You
starve to
realize,
death. That'd be
effort is a
great.
waste of my time.
Oh no, I
Nothing
burned
I ever
myself.
do
I
will
fucking
count.
went
That's
absolutely
crazy.
round.
This is how you've already
Been
been
broken
gaslit.
down.
The value of therapy is in undoing all of the gaslighting that has been done so far. Outcomes from therapy.
Mm. What?
What the fuck are you doing here? Hey, I'm just fucking with you. Come on in. Really? Yeah, everybody's welcome. That's Charlie Chapman. He's a comedian. Don't worry about it. Oh, Charlie. Thank God. Hey, put the music back on. Hey, Charlie Chapman. I'm trying. I'm not sorry for it. Mine's not it. I'm Charlie Chapman here.
Oh wow. No, wait. Discard. Because not that I actually give a shit, like bitch is crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whoa.
Are you not sure if your marketing agency is actually delivering the results they say they are? If so, then I have something for you. We have a new and proven.
I was quite harsh towards my colleagues.
How about maybe your business sucks?
Well, I said this whole
People don't want to buy your shit.
garbage in and around this was distracting us from the main threat, which is highly toxically the opposition of air quality. I stand by that. You call it person.
No, but you called your concerns garbage.
Come on.
The Liberals finally announced that they are cutting immigration targets for permanent residents by 50%. Mark Kelly decided to talk attraction. However, he only succeeded in embarrassing himself, his buddy Justin Trudeau, and the Liberal Party.
Let's take a look.
Hi, Mr. Miller. Good to see you. Thank you very much for coming to the studio. I appreciate it.
Shite.
I wanted to start off by asking you a question in reference to another one I asked you 9 months ago, almost to the day, at that cabinet retreat in Montreal, I believe it was. I asked you about reducing permanent immigration levels. You said at that time, I would say quite clearly, we are not looking at a reduction at the permanent levels of immigration. You are now cutting exactly that by 20%. What changed so drastically in the last 9 months?
Yeah, I'd say a number of things have changed. The economy certainly isn't in the place that it was 9 months ago.
Or me shocked.
What does that even mean? Because 9 months ago they were saying the economy was doing amazing, and now they're saying the economy is doing amazing.
Yeah, and we're skipping recession.
Time period, the economy has not been doing amazing.
That's a good point.
No, we're skipping recession, aren't we?
To tell Canadians how amazing
Skipped over.
the economy is doing.
Because we're just smarter than everyone else, so we figured it out.
Adjust immigration. Like, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
And I still find it interesting because so if you take that the target for immigration has been around 450,000 people for permanent residents, and they're cutting that by 20%. So okay, so you're cutting that by 90,000 people. That's only 340,000 people coming into this country, which is more than 100,000 more than you have homes for.
Yeah.
That's the problem here. So, okay.
Well, that's to say nothing of the international students, your temporary foreign workers, or refugees, etc., etc. This is just permanent residents.
When I took over this portfolio a year and a half ago and froze the levels as they were, I really undertook one, not to be dogmatic about the analysis that I had on the importance to give a proper snapshot this time of year of the entire population growth and what immigration looks like in the country, so including temporary residency. I think it became clear to me over the last few months as we finalized the levels plan, this is something that takes some time, that there was a need for a reduction not only in the temporary residence space, but also in the permanent residency space, so we could give to Canadians a plan that is reasonable, that shows to Canadians that we can do measured, controlled, managed population growth and immigration in this country, and that we did have to take stock and responsibility for the volume growth that we've seen in the last few years. Not to criticize it because it's been indispensable for keeping us out of recession, for making the labor market younger, but it's come with some challenges, and those challenges have become more acute. And listening to Canadians over the course of the last year, listening to economists, listening to all the organizations that approach me, that we go out and talk to provinces and territories, it's clear that this was something that made sense in the context and will make sense for the next 3 years as we manage that.
For making the labor market younger, last I heard, young people aged 15, I think it was to 24, don't quote me on the upper number, but definitely 15 plus, are in double digits unemployment because they can't find after school jobs.
Yeah, I believe it was up to something like 12%.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that he says, okay, so, we have to take responsibility for, the previous targets that we said, not to criticize it because everything that we were doing was right, but we're changing it because what we're still doing is right. So, and the other thing that he said is, well, I said a year ago that we weren't going to touch permanent residents, but really in the last 2 months, we've done some analysis. Okay, so I'm going to take him at his word, folks. So if you even thought about voting Liberal, which you may not if you're watching this channel, but if you thought about voting Liberal, you take Mark Miller at his word. All right, so 9 years, and the Trudeau government has seen housing costs skyrocket steadily. They've seen
mortgage costs skyrocket steadily, and they've seen rent costs skyrocket steadily, and they've seen the number of people outpace the number of homes being built in this country at a very rapid rate. Only in the last 2 months have they, sat down and said, maybe we should do something about that, despite the fact that back in 2018, 2019, we were warned. We were warned that housing is going to be a problem. And then, in order to try and get elected for the 2021 initiative, you essentially took the Century Initiative platform, which said, we need to increase.
Got my charger, please?
Already?
Yup.
Why?
Because it's fucking a piece of trash. It is the worst of, again. If I had to choose between this and my old Acer Vista, I would choose my Acer. Because I know I got garbage. But at least I know they would be reliable. I jumped down the Atwater stairs. It's fine. It's my devices. They're always gone. And my best fucking device is the one that I can't actually use. Ugh. In there. We're fine. Oh. Okay, we're good. Okay. What the fuck? Fuck off with this shit. Okay. Close. 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 Fucking useless. Okay. Close all. Jeez. Close. Fantastic. Okay. Oh my god.
Our immigration targets by a factor of like 2 or 3.
Yeah, we need 100 million people in this country by the end of 2100 for goodness knows what reason. They just picked an arbitrary number, I guess.
And if you haven't seen our video on the Century Initiative, please go watch it. It is one of the most important videos that we've done, and it really sheds a light on why immigration has skyrocketed and why they are now being forced to actually cut it. But they haven't cut it enough, and that's the problem.
And we'll make sure that we link the Century Initiative at the end of this video.
So there was a lot of like double talk and word salad going on down there. So just distill it all back.
they are getting absolutely smashed in the polls, and they have to actually risk ticking off their immigrant voters, because if they don't, they're just going to get obliterated even more so than they already will in the next election if they don't cut immigration, because both Jagmeet Singh and Pierre Poilievre and obviously Yves Blanchett, they're all blasting the Liberals because of how many people they're letting in the country, and it's not the type of people, it's not even the amount of people, it's the amount of people, and we do not have any resources to support them, and it's crushing every social system that we have.
Well, and this whole narrative of if you're against immigration, mass immigration, then it must be racist. That narrative's not working. Immigration is concerning a large number of Canadians because it really is affecting our way of life. It's affecting how much we pay for homes. It's affecting like the ability for Canadians to be able to see a family health practitioner. There's many facets of our lives that it is affecting. And most Canadians, if you talk to them, I think they'll say that they're not anti-immigration, but they are against too much immigration, which is what happens when you employ mass immigration.
Well, and they've done polls over the last 100 years of the Canadian population, and what they found is this is basically the first time in the last 100 years that Canadians have been, I would say, anti-immigration. Why? Because we don't have the space in the system for them, and that's the problem. And then I pity these people that have been sold this lie and this promise in these other countries, because they're being told, hey, come on over to Canada, it's going to be the land of opportunity, and they get here and they say, what the heck is this?
They dump them in the homeless shelter.
We are leaving within the first 2 years.
And it's why even Canadians that have been here for generations are choosing to leave as well.
Yeah, but like, why would you choose to leave your home to move to somewhere and live in a homeless shelter instead?
You're starting
What?
to doubt whether this is the path for you. Why no marketing
Matter.
never works for you. You need to do this because I'm about to show you how to grow your business to the level you dream of.
Putting look, Max and G did a crown. Look at how it is. The wood is still there. It's horrible. There's stuff on the top. The thing is off.
Yeah, but didn't you tell him to leave a little bit?
No. That's nothing enough to do with something a little bit. And they use duct tape instead of using the other tape.
And you explicitly tell them that not to use duct tape.
I'm the one that knows how to do the crown. Why am I fucking pointing a stupid fucking wall?
Like, I guess this is Max's worst job too.
But it doesn't matter if it's his worst job. I mean...
No, but you're gonna criticize Max that, like...
Yeah, no, I'm criticizing fucking Derek for putting me in a stupid job like that.
And then letting Max, like, I don't... But you know what? That's this little fucking, this bad attitude that he's having. A 16-year-old girl fucking tit-for-tat bullshit attitude. Like, and you're very, very patient with it so far. I would not be as kind. Like, I don't play that at all. Like, fucking, am I supposed to be like, oh, well, that sucks. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Like, fucking, you don't value your valuable employees, and you treat them like fucking slave labor. Like, and you fucking minimize every time they come to you with a concern, or every time they're starting to tell you, you know, like, I'm kind of tired, and he just fucking goes right over his head because he just goes on vacation. Fucking asshole, like, you know? Like, we don't have a vehicle. Like, but it's not your fault. Like, if it weren't for you, I would have gone to jail,
I
Yan.
have a vehicle by now if I didn't have, well, not by now, but soon if I didn't have to pay this fucking $2,000 shit. And my lawyer. Like,
Yeah, but if it weren't for you, I would be in jail right now. So it could have been worse. But like, Jack's not making it any better.
Yeah, even not counting that.
Like, and it's like, if I'm able to help you, why wouldn't you prefer that? Like, but it's because he doesn't want me helping. Because he feels like it's just one more person that he's gonna have to pay. Mm. Mm.
Those fakes are slippery.
What?
Those fakes are slippery.
Not even your stone. Let's say that, Mike. It's very possible that they weren't actually slippery, and I was just stoned. Because like that's how you know when I'm too stoned. I'll keep dropping the joint over and over and over and over. I can't even take a puff because I keep dropping it.
Goodbye.
Sorry, your boss is an asshole. I love you. I thought it was bar. Oh, fuck. Good, good. Very good. This thing is so fucking stupid. Also, if you find an old ass stove that still works, totally go ahead, go for it. I'm like considering going next door, stealing my next door. Like, all I need to do is turn on and go to the temperature. That's it. I'm fucking ridiculous. Ow, burn it. Okay. Let's take a fucking appliance and we'll separate. Take more space. Fucking subpar appliances. Okay. What? What's the matter? Oh. That's when you show out. Oh, your movie, Venom.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Oh, good. Someone's happy again.
Yo. No, remember, I'm doing depression. Right?
Well, if you're older, you can call it midlife crisis, but.
Oh, I already had that.
Post-life crisis. Mm? What the fuck? What? No, this picture. What the fuck is this? you. Whee! Ugh. I can't. Ugh. Mhm. 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 Ew. Gross. I put the computer on the garbage. Why would you do that? Okay. Ew. Mm. 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 Baby, baby, can't you see? Sometimes words hit me.
Respectfully, those challenges that you identify were acute prior to 3 months ago. Your colleague, the Minister of Housing, for example, Sean Fraser, who preceded you in this position, over a year ago at another cabinet retreat in PEI, used the word crisis in an interview to describe the housing situation. That challenge, as it existed, was already acute a year and a half ago, but yet it took you all this time to come to the conclusion that the very clear lever you had at your disposal was one you were prepared to use. Why?
Well, I think we have to look at, when it comes to the housing crisis itself, what the volumes of immigration have done to contribute to affordability generally. I think that's an important that has real repercussions on people's lives and on people that come here. I think with the current numbers and the growth that we see from the knowledge, we probably should have gotten it right. That is something that also make the proper adjustment to make sure that we are acknowledging the importance that a housing crisis that is 30 years old is something where we do have a number of levers. Immigration is one of them. So this is only one tool in the toolkit that we are making important changes to. And if we do, the international student program, the postgraduate work permit programs that come with international students, those measures are actually working. Reduction of 43% of incoming students. That has had sectoral impacts in places like Toronto, Surrey, Vancouver. But that shouldn't be the end of the discussion. Canadians want the immigration system, and that includes the significant decisions that we took today that bring us back.
They're like, what?
You got some knowledge that you want to share?
No, I don't.
Let's help you turn that into cash. Introducing new content monetization tools from GetResponse. Whether you'd like to craft a course or start a paid newsletter, we've got everything you need to turn your expertise into income, all in 3 simple steps. Step number 1, create. Use our AI course creator to get started with your course, or simply make it from scratch yourself. Create paid newsletters and expand your revenue streams by offering multiple forms of content which your audience can purchase. Step number 2.
Well, let's make it glass. Once we put heavy metal pots and pans on it. That's a good idea. They tell as a board of executives by giving
showcase and sell all your
signs
content.
of their.
And that leads us to our final step.
This is a really great idea. How have you not thought of it before?
Integrations. And no, we don't charge any transaction fees, so you can enjoy 100% of your
Something like the time that we had in 2020 with respect to residents can also fold in a better snapshot of what integration is.
All right.
So in his previous answer, he says, "Well, you know, we really didn't
All right.
know
Here's the moon.
2 months
It's
ago."
shooting. Dang,
And
this
then
is
when he's
urgent.
told
I
that
say round.
garbage answer,
Okay, so
he says, "Well,
here's the Earth.
housing's been a problem for 30
Here's the
years."
The moon is chilling.
Okay. So if it's
We're
been
definitely
a
gonna
problem
have a
for
giant
30 years,
acid crushing
why in
one.
2021 did you say, "Hey guys, housing's been
So
a
now
problem
there's
for
a
30
nuclear
years"?
right there.
but you know
Everyone's
what?
dead except
Let's just
except
blast up
Australia.
our
There's still
immigration
like pretty
targets by a
night.
factor of 3
My
and
building
bring in
gets it.
over 1 million people every year. That'll solve the housing crisis.
Well, and why did Trudeau say about a year ago that, I'll be frank, housing is not a primary federal responsibility?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what?
What,
It
your
became a
friend?
primary federal responsibility when you are actually the primary reason as to why the
Because
housing
you're the
crisis
prime
is
minister.
what it is.
Well, and furthermore,
And then
housing has
first,
been a problem for the past 3 decades. You
So,
guys have had 9 years to
eventually
fix
fucked
it. Why
up.
didn't you do
Coming
it?
on you,
And
yeah.
you've been in government a third of that time.
Right.
So,
These are just paper thin excuses. I smell an election coming
it's fucking
because to me it
insulting,
seems like the Liberals are going,
Insulting your
well,
intelligence,
the voters
honestly.
don't like our policies. Well, let's dial them back a little bit. Get reelected, and then we'll do whatever we want again.
he's already planned and announced that he was going to do that. The carbon tax
Yeah, that's gonna be further than this party line.
essentially Atlantic Canada. They can
Yeah,
fly and say,
take it
well,
away.
this is for all Canadians. The
Ugh.
vast majority of people that are using oil in their home heating are out in Atlantic Canada. It's like 3/4 of people. So let's just get that out of the way right there. And he had said, okay, we're gonna hold that back until what was it, 2026 or something like that. So it's like, your prize of actually electing a Liberal government in the next election is you get carbon tax back on your home heating oil.
Right? It's ridiculous. I really do feel like there's an election coming because why else would the Liberals be dialing back these policies?
Well, and look, they can't do anything in government because it's frozen. So the only things that can actually happen are those that are in the Senate right now. And the Senate, let's be honest, it's a bit of a gong show. They can't even decide on what they're actually going to be discussing. So there's that. And all they have is things that they can do without actually implementing legislation.
Like an order in council?
Yeah, so they're just like pulling some levers however they can to say, see, we're making things better, everybody. And then they're pointing to the inflation drop, inflation and interest rates dropping like a stone. Too fast, by the way. And he's saying, well, we avoided a recession.
Did we though? Did we?
You are now under the target range of the Bank of Canada. And if that keeps going down,
Unprecedented.
guess what that's called?
Unprecedented.
That's called a recession.
I'm still confused though, and I don't really understand. I don't understand. Like it's an issue size, but one that has had very real world consequences for
Same.
people, not only who are native to this country, but those immigrants that you're referencing as well, right? Who
Well, like the people who have been here for like 3 generations.
access healthcare and education. And I take
Yeah,
your point that you're making those adjustments in a more responsible system.
Like,
But
get
where
fuck all
were you
for
the
it.
last number of years?
Where indeed?
Well,
Fuck you.
This is the thing.
On
What they were
vacation,
doing is they were
asshole.
waiting for Pierre to actually blink first on immigration. They were waiting for Pierre to start calling out the fact that they need to dial back the amount of immigrants that they're actually bringing in so they can call him racist and a bigot. But
I think
Pierre
they
didn't
were
blink
not paying attention.
because
I think they don't
knew that
care
was gonna
about human
happen, so
beings
he just
being
waited
human.
and waited and waited and waited, and then the Liberals
Okay.
waited
foreign, what are they gonna do about it? So
finally
we never
got
like
their pants down, and they had to actually start talking about it. And then right
Yeah,
after
this
they
color
did, Pierre
goes
said,
fucking
"Yeah,
down."
that's exactly the
Exactly.
problem." And now
Oh,
they can't
gross.
call Pierre a bigot because they're the ones actually talking about it first.
Well, and now Pierre can point at them and go, "That's exactly the problem. The liberals caused it."
And he even said so at his press conference. And he said, "Look,
No,
they
he
had
did. No,
broken
he
the
did
system
it.
so bad, and now they're trying to
Well, he did
fix it,
first. Like, fuck
but
off.
they're
Like, this
still not,
so fucking
fixing it
annoying.
properly. And this is the issue."
Yeah.
Well, because
What's
the
the
Liberal
issue,
Party
please?
seems to treat symptoms and not the cause. Again, let's look at the school lunch program.
I can't.
Parents are not able to afford to send their children to school with a healthy lunch. So instead of going, maybe.
Let's bring in Avi Malami, a Middle East geopolitical intelligence analyst. Avi, thank you as always for joining us.
Roger, thank you for having me.
Let's talk about the ceasefire talks first. First one's in 2 months. What has got them together, and do we have a reason for optimism?
Well, there has been a couple of dramatic things that happened in the last couple of months. Of course, the most significant one, the killing of Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza, and the attacks on Iran, as well as the defeat of the Hezbollah, the Iranian major proxy. And all those things together, I think, kind of like accelerate some sort of process within Hamas. And I think Iran is also in a way involved beyond the scene, trying to push forward maybe towards a ceasefire. Another thing that is apparently very significant is the fact that Israel has boosted its military efforts in the northern part of Gaza Strip. Clearly something that is very much concerning Hamas, who is trying to reestablish its presence in the northern part of Gaza Strip. All those things together, to a certain extent, may result in some sort of like momentum. So I think we could say, but in a very cautious way, that maybe there is some place for cautious optimism.
Now, Hamas, I don't believe is officially in these talks.
Yes, but the messages I think we need to decide. And I think currently when you look at the whole geostrategic or geopolitical picture as I was framing it right now, I think that even though they may not be present in the discussion, they definitely will be part of the discussion as just in the next
How much would Israel be willing to give up, do you think, for some kind of a deal? How many prisoners would they be willing to exchange for the talking for some of the hostages?
Well, I don't know to say the number. Obviously, Israel is really a significant price for the release of the hostages. I think that one of the major issues is the identity of Palestinians that are imprisoned in Israel, because we are looking at some significant number of Palestinians imprisoned in Israel that basically have been charged and found in the killing of Israelis in terror attacks. Some of them are responsible for the killing of dozens and dozens of Israelis. So obviously the price, the fees are very high. Israeli government apparently is willing to pay a significant fees, but I cannot give you a specific number at this point.
And then let's talk a little bit about Iran. They finally reacted to what happened yesterday, the airstrikes by Israel. Can we expect a more ironclad response from them, something involving missiles?
The best of my evaluation, the answer is no. What we see is very significant. It's very dramatic. Very dramatic. What we see is actually a very significant shift of the equation. One was massively for the last couple of decades. Of course, the Middle East was the equation was very useful for the energy past. The end of the equation to advance its journalistic regional expansion to violence and aggression using its proxies, but at the same time being totally immune from any kind of repercussion. That equation came to an end the day before yesterday with a really massive strike in Iran. So we are looking at a very significant milestone in the story of the Middle East. If we add to that the major blow of Iran's major proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas during the war in Israel, all in all, what we see today is weakening of what is known as the axis of resistance, a network of armies of terror, sponsored, armed, financed, and by the Iranian regime that has been inflicting death and destruction across the Middle East for decades. This is the good news that this axis of resistance is going to be significantly weakened, and that should be the objective.
We thank you as always for your insight.
Thank you for having me, Roger. Have a good day.
Okay.
Just for the job you want. Well, we have some jobs for you. Now get purchase financing from 0% APR.
Please. I choose starvation.
Strengthen our border. Kamala Harris was a desperate last-minute decision. What are we going to do? Joe Biden's literally falling apart. Like, you know, like when you pull, like in a movie when they pull a body out of a coffin and it's sort of like, oh no, it's like bits are coming off of it. Like, you know, they had to make a last-minute decision. Kamala Harris is the only option.
Nope.
But now some are even saying, oh, we might be better off with Joe Biden. I don't think there's any fair, just way that Kamala Harris can win this election. Why? Because she doesn't seem like, behave like.
Oh, you fucking kumquat. That sucks.
Stop the press. The BBC has finally, in autumn 2024, broadcast a report about people injured by the COVID injections. Amazing.
What?
Thought it would never come. Well, some people have greeted this as a significant shift in the mainstream media narrative about that virus and those injectables. I don't know about you, but I think this pair look a little uncomfortable here, and so they should.
I brought an health story for you this morning because the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was seen as one of the great successes of the COVID pandemic, credited with saving over 6 million lives just this year. But in rare cases, it was also responsible for serious side effects like blood clots in the brain, which in some cases were fatal.
Forgive me for not ignoring this
Oh, sorry. That was unprecedented adverse reaction.
3 years too late. And they're still throwing around numbers like 6 million lives saved the first year.
Shut up, Brandor.
Any evidence whatsoever of such a bizarre claim for a disease with average
Straight up, that's just fucking.
It's upsetting and frankly infuriating. Phil went on to tell the story of Jane Wrigley.
Jane Wrigley used to be a runner. Now she can barely walk.
Before I had the vaccine, I was a very independent, active woman. Doing half marathons and now I've no independence. I
Very
can't
much.
shower myself at night.
Jane suffered a blood clot in her brain 2 weeks after her first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine in March 2021. Requiring emergency surgery. As other cases emerged throughout Europe, doctors gave the vaccine-induced clots a new medical term, FIT.
What the BBC never say was that as a fit, non-obese, non-elderly woman with no pre-existing medical conditions, Jane Wrigley was always at a tiny risk of dying or falling seriously ill with COVID-19, even as far back as 2020. Online, the BBC News continued this so-called courageous expose of those whose lives and the lives of their families have been ruined forever from a drug, with the story of Larry Lowe from Northern Ireland. Larry was just 54 years old. He was the epitome of health, a fitness enthusiast, running 10 kilometres most days. But now, he tells the BBC, within days of receiving the Pfizer booster, he lost all the feeling on the right side of his face. This morphed into pain, which spread throughout his whole body. Again, did the BBC ever, in 2020-21, tell Larry and the millions of others watching TV, scared at home during lockdowns, whilst they were terrified and coerced, did they ever tell them about their genuine statistical
If
risk
you
of
get
dying
COVID and you get sick and you're not vaccinated when you could have gotten vaccinated, you should be treated people today. Like the guy on the news.
And nodded sagely, whilst, in my opinion, these corrupt TV doctors urged millions of adults and children to line up, roll up your sleeves, and take an injection.
Otherwise,
Maybe
it's killing your
nobody ever
grandparents.
bothered to
And he
listen
died.
to other
And I
medics
never got to
on
see him.
social media who were trying desperately. They were despairing at the long and short-term risks of these drugs which quite clearly is something
There
that
wasn't,
did
no.
not remain solely in
There
the
was no
injection
side
site.
effects, though.
Maybe
There was no risk.
BBC would argue that the emergency nature of the situation demanded a change to their normal editorial policy of impartiality. Maybe they were under pressure from the government. And who
Or
knows
maybe
what
they were
pressure
all in
from
on it and got
pharmaceutical
paid off.
vested interests. BBC Breakfast went on this week to talk about the payment scheme being arbitrary and too low, which is an understatement to top all understatements.
There are people who do have respiratory problems.
Lisa's husband Gareth is bringing up their son Zach on his own. He made a claim through a government scheme set up to support those harmed by vaccines and eventually received £120,000. The amount of this one-off payment hasn't increased since 2007.
She died because she took the product that the government told her to get. And they believe that £120,000 is what makes up for that loss. My son will go through the rest of his life without a man.
I've had contact with Gareth Shaw over the last 3 years.
Yeah, what
He
about
could
you,
not
Louise?
get his story covered on any mainstream media outlets. Not surprising, really, given that it was these outlets who ostracised anybody who dared question the logic behind an indiscriminate rollout of these drugs for everybody. And still,
None
they
of
don't say
fucking
sorry.
5 kids can be bothered.
Pfizer maintains that the risk-benefit profile of their vaccine so-called drug remains positive for all authorised indications and age groups, which, if I was writing you a text message, I could only respond with a list of mind-blown emojis. Only last week, a UK study revealed that all the cases in childhood myocarditis occurred in children who received the COVID injections.
Hey there, fellow Canadian. You two told me you're from Canada, and you're researching the process of forming your own bank.
I've never really allowed to watch any video.
You need to use any to put the link below. And when you get there, you're going to see a free in-depth
That hurt a little bit. Okay.
I'm Jason Lowe, CEO of Ascendant Financial. So I've implemented this process for the past 10 years. So don't waste any more time. Just click the link below. And there are 3 primary reasons why you want to do that right away. The first is you're Canadian. The second is you're Canadian. The third is you're Canadian. So don't delay, and I'll see you there.
Oh my god.
A Pfizer spokesperson has said, patient safety is paramount and we take reports of adverse reactions very seriously. Hundreds of millions of doses have been administered globally and the benefit risk profile of the vaccine remains positive, as do their profit margins. So confident were they, of course, that they only agreed to produce these mRNA products once they were granted global immunity from prosecution if people started dying or getting ill. Larry Lowe continues to fight for compensation, and he says, I'm not against vaccine, but this has destroyed my life. I feel like I've been left to rot. And still, countries are playing, in my opinion, Russian roulette with people's health by giving out these shots. In America, the FDA is preparing to authorize new COVID boosters without transparent data. The urgency for transparency and accountability is growing. The public deserves to know the full picture. And those affected by adverse reactions need to be heard, they need to be compensated by the drug companies, not the taxpayers. Working in a newsroom and mixing with journalists from multiple, I am encouraged to feel the mood shift as the issue of vaccine side effects finally starts to gain attention. More and more people are now coming forward with their stories. Many people have now turned to support groups and online communities to share their experiences and to seek solace. These platforms have become a lifeline for those who feel isolated and unheard. Talking about the vaccine damage payment scheme, Sarah Moore, a solicitor with the law firm Lee Day, has said the scheme offers too little, too late, and to too few people. The £120,000 payment is woefully inadequate. Some of my clients need 24-hour care. They cannot wash or dress themselves. She says they've been left with severe physical or cognitive deficits and will never work again. People affected by heart conditions, blood clots, autoimmune conditions, and so on say that they feel they have been airbrushed out of the last 4 years. The call for more research and support is growing louder, and as we move forward, it is essential to balance the benefits of taking any vaccine with the need to address and understand the risks. This is about ensuring that everyone is protected and supported. Informed consent is the cornerstone of medical ethics. Every patient has a right to know the potential risks and benefits of any medical intervention. And this transparency is crucial for informed decisions about our health. Truth, transparency, and honesty are key to making sure that parents feel confident in their healthcare decisions. As we continue to navigate the complexities of the last few years, it is essential that all voices are heard and all experiences are acknowledged, even by the BBC.
If you've watched an action movie featuring a tall actress in the last 20 years, then you have seen Kimberly Shannon Murphy. One of Hollywood's top stunt women, Kimberly is the go-to stunt double for Cameron Diaz, Uma Thurman, Sandra Bullock, Angelina Jolie, Blake Lively, Sharon Stone, and more. Her day job sounds terrifying, jumping off buildings, crashing cars, but it pales in comparison to Kimberly's real-life childhood. Starting when she was just 2 years old, Kimberly experienced severe childhood sexual abuse by a family member. Kimberly's extraordinary and heartbreaking memoir, Glimmer, a story of survival, hope, and healing, reveals that the abuse went back generations. Her mother, aunt, and numerous other women in her family were also preyed upon. In this emotional and eye-opening episode of Navigating Narcissism, Kimberly bravely shares the devastation of suffering silently and the bold moves she's making to break the cycle for her daughter. From Red Table Talk Podcast and iHeartMedia, I'm Dr. Romney, and this is Navigating Narcissism. This podcast should not be used as a substitute for medical or mental health advice. Individuals are advised to seek independent medical advice, counseling, and or therapy from a healthcare professional with respect to any medical condition, mental health issue, or health inquiry, including matters discussed on this podcast. This episode discusses abuse, which may be triggering to some people. The views and opinions expressed are solely those of the podcast author or individuals participating in the podcast and do not represent the opinions of Red Table Talk Productions, iHeartMedia, or their employees. Kimberly, I had the opportunity to read your book, and it's so powerful. Your experience of intergenerational child sexual abuse and trauma it happens so much more than people know, and it's not talked about enough. One of those conversations that still remains in the shadows, which is one of the reasons the book is so powerful. These conversations are so important. On Navigating Narcissism, we're really focused on the survivor, and to that end, because it's your experience, I want you to begin sharing with us wherever you want to begin.
Okay. Well, the abuse started probably around 2 or 3 with my grandfather, my mother's father, and ended when he died when I was 11. So the entire time. So I'm probably 4 times a week. So it was a constant thing. My grandmother was complicit and was very aware of what was going on and didn't do anything about it. My mother was also a victim, and some of her siblings, and I'm sure all of her siblings. That's what I came into the world knowing. I didn't know any different. I just thought that that's how things were done.
Yeah. So, as you experienced 9 continuous years of sexual abuse perpetrated by your grandfather, did anyone in your family speak out about what he was doing?
My aunt tried in the 50s, my mother's sister, which is who I dedicate the book to, because she She's probably the reason I'm sitting here right now. She gave me so much strength to do this. She was a phenomenal writer and wanted to write a book herself so badly. She died of Alzheimer's, but she told on him when she was 9 years old.
Oh.
And it was brought to the family's attention, and he denied it, and that was it. And everything went on.
What happened to others in the family?
The abuse stopped once she told on him, but continued on with others.
Like you.
Continued on with others. It was denied. How was your grandfather regarded by your family?
Amazing.
Yep.
Listen to that. He was amazing.
There's no one who had a bad word to say about him.
Everybody loved him.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. 110%.
Money, he supported his family.
Yeah.
During that time of
Quite literally, not one person ever had a bad word to say.
respect your elders, what they say.
Yeah, and don't cause problems with the neighborhood, like, and within the community.
You couldn't. Yes. It's not even that you didn't. I think it's you couldn't. Yes.
No, but even when you do, you're told to don't make problems.
She knew it. Others knew it because they were abused, and for a variety of reasons had to remain completely unseen or unacknowledging of it, and having to know that another generation of children were being perpetrated against. So by cultivating that persona, it's part of the larger concept of grooming, right? Because then it gives him sort of free access to everybody because he's implicitly trusted by everybody completely, and it completely silences all of the people who are perpetrated against. And since he was choosing minors, they're already going to be silenced by virtue of being minors.
Exactly. Go to jail?
So from the age of 2 to 11, the entire period you were abused until he died, did you
I
ever
was gonna be
tell
so
anyone
upset.
about what was happening?
I had to go to court and all that stuff.
Feel like there was any safe adults around me.
And even your aunt.
Because I didn't know at the time.
Because we're being seen and
I
heard.
didn't find out until later that she was abused and she had come forward. I didn't know any of this information. So I was terrified for my life. He made it very clear that if I ever said anything, that he would kill me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that's it. You were effectively imprisoned in silence. When you were taken in for pediatric examinations, was it ever noticed there?
Ooh,
Because
what?
there are some
Oh, okay, like a checkup.
of sexual abuse in children.
He gave me herpes when I was 8, and that was sort of swept under the rug as well. I was taken to the doctor, but it was not accepted that that's what it was, and so I was never given medicine for it.
So the doctor knew it. The doctor says something, and the unwillingness to acknowledge it meant that you also went untreated for an illness.
Yeah.
Kimberly, how was school going for you?
I didn't do well in school. It didn't feel important to me. I felt like I had this thing that was happening in my life.
That was a lot
And going
more,
to school and
yeah.
learning math was, to me, I was like, okay,
But I have more important things I need to deal with.
that I knew in my heart wasn't right because it didn't feel right, even though everyone around me wasn't doing anything
And
about
then
it.
there's a weird thing that you feel when you're like, oh, I was right to feel that way. There wasn't the fuck
And
out.
he said something to me which really resonated with me. He said, your primary trauma was not the abuse. Your primary trauma was you never had adult support. Because if you did, the trauma would have never happened in the first place.
Yes, or if it did happen even once, it would have been validated. I couldn't agree with that more. Because for a child to not have the sense that any attachment needs could be met, and there's no safety, that's the trauma. So as he put it, the lack of protection.
Yeah.
Dr. Gabor Mate is a physician with expertise in trauma, childhood development, addiction, and stress. So then your grandfather dies. How did you feel at that point?
Very good.
That's fucking amazing.
I gotta tell you, I felt very good too when I had that happening.
Yeah, I felt like I could finally figure out who I was. He was my.
That was like the lady across the street, like.
One without him. At least that's how it felt for me. So
Like, no love lost there, fuck.
I felt this just an overwhelming sense of who am I?
Relief.
Now I can finally figure out why I'm here. I knew it couldn't have been that. I know a lot of survivors and a lot of people that go through this kind of trauma when they're young. It stifles them in a lot of ways, and it did do that for me. But I also it gave me this odd strength, which I've carried with me through my life. And so when he died, it was such a relief to me. And I remember, being at his funeral and not crying and not feeling sad and feeling just relief.
So important for people to hear that, because that kind of reaction at the time of someone's passing is always, we're told that's terrible if you feel that way, but it
You feel how you feel, though.
Yes, I felt like I left my body during his funeral, and I felt like I didn't want to be around people who were praising him, which is what they were all doing. They were all getting up there and speaking, telling amazing stories about how incredible he was, and I never knew that man.
No, but you know what?
My mom tells these stories about these amazing things that he did as a father. I didn't know that man. I hated him. I never had love for him. There was never that confusion for me. And I think some of his children have that confusion.
Yeah.
But I always despised him.
It's so complicated because many people have gone through
That's
this
fucking
kind of
deep.
intrafamilial abuse. Don't know what emotion to have. Am I supposed to hate this person? Am I supposed to love this person? His other victims within the family system, like your mother, like your aunt, and I'm sure many others, had to tell themselves a different story. In order to stay in the family system, if somebody spoke out, they were going to be
Yes, which has happened to me.
Yes, okay. So how much of that was ostracism and how much of it also was free will and choice? Because ostracism is something that happens to us. But there's also a point for survivors where you say, you don't need to kick me out. I'm out.
No, then they freak out and no, they leave. I hate you, don't leave me. It's a good book.
To tell. We speak of a fictitious character in the book as my sister. I actually have 3 sisters. My one sister, as soon as she found out I got a book deal, completely ghosted me.
What?
I haven't talked to her in 3.5 years.
Oh, wow.
And my youngest sister did the same thing.
Yeah, because you're outing
My
them.
little sister was supportive, but I think she felt like she sort of had to choose a side. And there were things happening within our family system that
Oh, you mean like, fucking, someone took over the mortgage and
that we were all moving in this toxic way. We always called it, we're just enmeshed, is what we would say. But there were never words then, like there are now. We're just an enmeshed family. We're just enmeshed. Well, no, we just didn't have boundaries. I don't think I learned what a boundary was till I was 30.
Right. A family system that is enmeshed is a family system with very poor boundaries and unhealthy emotional sharing and expectations cut through the family. There may also be lots of triangulation, gossip, and breaking of confidences. Parents may share inappropriate information with children, and when the children become adults, the parents may over-rely on their children. There is a real pressure to keep everything in-house, meaning people are discouraged from seeking help outside of the family. Enmeshment doesn't mean that the family is deeply connected or committed. It really does mean that the boundaries are so blurred that the individual identities, safety, and needs of the people in the family get lost.
So once I started really doing the work, I realized that having certain people in my life was not healthy for me, no matter how much I love them, and that how they chose to deal with their trauma was not how I was choosing to deal with my trauma. And I could not have a relationship with them. One of them being my father, and one of them being my sister.
That's a big moment.
Yes.
And it sounds like it's almost like you're talking about a family mass, so enmeshed that it was just like this toxic. And that intergenerational cycle of protecting the system, not the individuals within it, seem to persist. There's no safety, but it's almost like strength in numbers. Okay, we're a family, we're all together. And I guess that was the real test. You get the book deal, you're going to speak your truth. And that's when they said, no, this family system has no room for truth. Correct. You said your sisters chose to deal with their trauma differently. How did they deal with their trauma?
They did not.
They didn't. Okay, so your sisters they were abused too. They chose not to do it. Correct. You said
I can't force
what was
anyone
happening
to
wasn't
happen.
right. Like, when did you
And
recognize or realize that this was abuse?
When he died, I think I felt safer. My parents weren't a very safe space for me ever. My mom because of her abuse, just was there but not there.
Hmm.
And my dad, he was in Vietnam very young and didn't come from the most functional.
Oh, he came from the most functional family.
His idea of fatherhood.
It's amazing fucking parents. Never beat him. Fucking amazing.
That were debilitating for me. Like I would see him or I would uncontrollably shake and not understand why, and then things would flash in my head, and then I'd hide in my closet.
I would take care of him.
When
Because he said the CLS is stealing his stuff.
that something was really wrong. My mom had this like encyclopedia of diseases, which I would look through every day and diagnose myself with every sort of everything, which now I can see was I just needed to find something concrete that was wrong with me because there was so much wrong that nobody was acknowledging.
Oh no, they
I cried every
misdiagnosed
day.
me
I
so
remember
many
thinking, okay, this
times.
can't be normal. I'm a child. I'm crying every day. Why am I crying every
Because
day?
you're
There's
born
nothing
this
that I
way.
can really hang
You're
on
always going to
to.
be this way. As long as you
Even
take
though
your
there was
meds.
abuse going on in my own home as far as narcissistic abuse, as I've come to know now, but then I did not. Because for me, there was such this massive abuse that I had endured that what was going on in my house was nothing. Yeah, of course. Yes. It was like, oh, this is just bad.
Well, and listen, even when there's not that other simultaneous sexual abuse happening in a family, people still do think that this is just dad, but their body holds that this doesn't feel good, this doesn't feel comfortable, it's risky for me to be myself, it's dangerous to express need. That all gets internalized, but that's the only reality we know. So I think thinking it's just dad.
She didn't want me to look at him different.
Narcissistic abuse survivors all say. Was there a point
I
at
knew
which
something wasn't right.
you did share with someone in the
It
family
always felt
who had
off.
been abused or learned more about these cycles of sexual abuse?
I told my mother.
And he got the best of everything as he died. And he did not deserve it.
Left the room in panic and came back and I'm gonna go see my therapist tomorrow. You're not going to school. And I was like, you have a therapist? She said, yes, someone hurt me too. And then she just went to bed. And the next day I was in the office with her therapist. And I didn't feel safe there either because I, of course, a total stranger and she was really pushy and I didn't even know what I was experiencing.
4 years since your grandfather's died, you tell your mother, she has you go talk to a therapist, but that was a little bit abrupt. You really needed your mom to not slip away. I think it sounds like you understand enough about trauma to understand why your mom just slid away and what her trauma response was. But her motherhood didn't supersede her
Hi.
response. It never had.
How you
She
doing?
never kept you safe. She knew this was coming.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm trying.
That's okay. Have coffee.
I'm so sorry, baby. I'm trying. I'll just have to. You know, but I want you to get sick. Want to eat a waffle?
Oh, you're having a pig, I'll get hysteria.
Alright. I have to check to see. I thought I threw the box out though, but I didn't. I still have the box, so that's good. I can at least like, yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. This couldn't happen. And the abuse happened when the adults were all present. But this was Christmas,
What?
this was parties, this was,
Oh,
that's why I always say that, know where your children are.
Ugh, that's disgusting. Oh, for sure, know where your children are at all times. Like, that should be, like, kind of one of the top 3 rules of parenting. Like, if you don't know where your child is, so this chick, she started getting abused by her dad at 2. Like, how the fuck do you look at a 2-year-old and, like, think of a sexual anything? Like, just, like, I just don't. Like, anyway, until she was 11, this happened. And, basically no one did anything about it. No one listened to her. And when she told her family that she was going to come out with a book, and her family hasn't spoken to her in, like, 4 years. Both of her sisters, like, literally stopped talking to her, haven't said a word to her since. Yep. Well, it's because, like, because you're exposing them, basically. They're complicit. Like they're guilty and they should feel guilty. Like, you know, like if you guys are supposed to be like a family unit and have each other's backs, you have each other's backs, not just like, oh, but this time it's different. Like, no. Like either you all have each other's backs or yes I do. What? Oh. That's why it's not lit. Hold on. Love you. With the face. Ow. Good, I'm glad you like it. Yay! One more piece of useful garbage. Never buying fuck all ever again. Never go home again. Never go home. Never go home. Never go home again. Never go home. Never go home. Never go home again. Hey, come on, fucking fast dick. Okay, we're good. Let's bring it back in. Oh, what's... Okay.
Yeah, my mom never saw, or my dad, or no one ever saw. That was very severe abuse. So, it, for a long time, it was really confusing to me how, you know, my mom never saw, or my dad, or no one ever saw. That was something that I really struggled with because I just know now as a mom, my daughter doesn't leave my sight for 30 seconds without me knowing where she is.
Yeah, and who she's
And
with.
then once I started writing and really excavating and really pretty much having to go no contact with my family, I remember that my mom actually did walk in on a few occasions. And I think
like
that he had groomed her so much, and she was so afraid of him that the minute he told her to get out, she did. And that didn't matter.
It's not that you didn't matter.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for
It's
sharing
not that
that.
you didn't matter.
Don't you ever say sorry for crying. You know, you're conditioned to apologize when I know you're conditioned to apologize. I almost wish we had kind of like a little bit of a buzzer in here. Yeah, like sorry. You don't say I'm sorry on navigating narcissism. Or navigating narcissism means never having to say you're sorry. But just like you said, you can't rank trauma higher or lower. Yours was very severe. I read the book. It's very severe. That's the objective clinical opinion that it was very severe.
Yeah, I don't think it came from a place of not giving enough shit.
And the way your mother and father responded to it, your mother witnessed it, and then you have someone like your father who, it's interesting how you framed that to me, Kimberly, is that he didn't want it to happen on his watch. How did he feel about your grandfather while your grandfather was alive? He loved him. You loved him. My dad came from a very poor family, and my mother's family has money, and I think that was
Enough.
very
Ignore it. Yeah. That's like
attractive
right.
to him.
That's just like right.
And he felt like they could do no wrong. And even stories I heard later on in life that would make me question as an adult. You know, my dad told me a story once, I had to pick your grandfather up and talk about having inappropriate conversations with your child.
What?
At a strip club in
What?
the middle of the day. And I'm, you know, now in the space I'm at now, no one found that odd.
Fuck,
And
right?
even though
Like,
we're
really?
gay,
Like,
he's at strip club and he's in his 60s. I did a lot of digging because I needed to understand
exactly
how
why
this
that would happen.
survived
Yeah.
and
I agree.
how he was able to get away with it for so long. It was really important to me for a long time to try to just wrap my head around how I could have
Because
been
people
so
are afraid.
hurt around so many
People
adults that were supposed to
are
protect
so afraid
What did
to be wrong
process and
or
explain
to
this reveal?
potentially
that everybody's done.
Okay, you know what?
not
We could
be
use all
the only
kinds
one
of
who's
fancy
speaking
words
up.
like they were all enablers and intergenerational this and this is how they
And
manage
it feels like that's like a
betrayal,
shit
I couldn't process
bullshit
it.
fucking
But
cop
it
out
really
excuse
does
there.
come down to everybody's side.
Yeah,
I want to go
yeah.
back again to your
Well, no,
mom,
it's
because your
they're
mom went
afraid.
through this. Your mom had witnessed it.
People
You
live
find
in
out at the
fear.
age of 8 at a doctor's office.
People
you have a
literally
sexually
not fucking live their
transmitted
life.
infection.
People
There's only one
live
place that could have come from.
throw away their whole life
another
because they're
adult.
afraid.
And at 15, she runs out of the room when you tell her, and then she gives you a therapist you don't know anything about, no other place to process it. At the age of 15,
I
how
don't
did you
have
start
to
working through that? How did your
tell the
relationship with your mother evolve?
It didn't.
Because when you're in danger,
It's
they're
hard
ugly.
because
It's
she
just
was
called the
abused
police.
up until the day before her wedding. So it was her entire life.
Your mother was abused the day before, and then after her wedding as well.
Yeah. I think. I mean, who knows?
You have a father who was in complete denial that his daughter was harmed.
If he was sitting here, he'll say, I don't know what you're talking about. I believed you.
He harmed you twice. He harmed you on the front end when he says that didn't happen, and then he harmed you again when he says, I did say that happened.
I never not believed you, is what he'll say to me. Until, and I know the day when my other sister came forward with her memories when we were older in our 20s, is when I was actually validated by my father.
Why do you think what was it?
Because you had backup.
I was the drama queen in the family.
Yeah. You're causing problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're causing problems.
So I think
You're
for
being
him,
selfish.
having someone else acknowledge it, my sister,
Back against the wall.
he has a different relationship with. And so that's when I was actually believed by him.
So you're labeled the
right.
drama queen of the family. You're not believed. Your sister comes around. It still doesn't feel like you were believed. It feels like your sister was believed, and you kind of just got sort of swept in. What was that feeling like that he would believe her and not you?
My dad and I had a very tumultuous relationship because
He was never there.
I called him out on his
No, he was never there.
I haven't spoken
Because
to him in
he was
8
working all the
months, and
time.
it was my
To
decision.
keep our house and to keep us
I couldn't
dead.
keep having the same conversations with him on the phone,
Like-
which were all about him and all about
Never. Never.
the only thing that
My mom was
he
like kept
would
us
ever
apart.
say about my grandfather was, you know, if he
Made
was
sure
alive,
that
I'd
me
kill
and
him.
my father never had a
Which
relationship.
is not
So
comforting
that
for
I
me.
was
It
always
was
just
just
stuck to her.
felt like a
I would take
merry-go-round
her
with
side.
all the time. I couldn't be in the toxicity
No, he get in
anymore.
trouble for making me
And
cry. Like,
he was very toxic in
we
my
just
life.
stopped interacting with me.
Narcissistic relationships, especially
By the time
long-standing
I figured it
family
out.
relationships, can feel like merry-go-rounds, as Kimberly just described. You share how you feel, they come back with their same response, around you go, and nothing ever changes. If you find yourself in this merry-go-round pattern,
Oh, no, I'm
I
not
often advise folks
sticking
to
around for that
either
shit.
get a timer for when they're going to talk with a narcissistic person, or to make a promise to themselves that the first time the narcissistic person says the same invalidating thing, for example, his comment about her grandfather, that you find a way to end the conversation. Sadly, we often need to ride this carousel for a long time before we can finally decide to hop off.
So I sat down and I wrote him a 7-page letter
Fuck.
about my feelings and how I never felt supported by him in so many ways, and just my choice of career and so many things that he never supported me on until he saw me on television, and then everything changed.
Ha,
Because
fuck
he could show
off.
his friends that his daughter was on
What
television.
the
And I also
fuck?
said, there's options. We can heal. We can change. We can grow. We can work on this. And I never heard from him again. Wow. Everything with my father, every mean, horrible thing he would say to me, which was many, always ended with, I'm just kidding.
The ultimate gaslight.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. You know, it's a big gaslighty thing to do, right? Because then when you say, I'm just kidding, so you've had a real reaction to something because it's cruel.
Yeah, but
Your reaction's witnessed. Narcissistic person knows what's right and what's wrong. They're just always trying to keep people off balance. You register hurt. Then it's
no, I
I'm just
wasn't
kidding,
sensitive.
which makes
I wasn't
you
really
look
sensitive.
crazy
Is whenever
for having
I
a reaction
felt like
to
I
something
was
when they were just
smashing my
joking,
way.
and now it's back to Kimberly's dramatic. That whole I'm just kidding.
Because I never got to do anything I wanted to do.
And that
I
seems
was
to be
telling
happening
you.
at his
And then I was like,
So from age 15, a mother you had in the past at that point. Your father's your father. What happens then? How does your life move forward?
I left.
You moved away. Okay, at what age?
18.
At 18.
I'm from New York. I moved to California to Marin, but I wasn't handling things in a healthy way. I was bulimic. I was cutting. I was doing all the things, just trying to make sense of. Really, just as I say, like I was just trying to survive. Like every day was just a survival day for me. It wasn't. I never looked forward to things. I was never excited about things.
Not normal for children to be making multiple
survival.
suicide years, affecting my suicide plans.
You no longer get pleasure or joy from any of the activities that maybe have ever given you joy or would ordinarily give people joy. A beautiful day, time with dinner out with friends, a funny movie, whatever it means, nothing. It's just sort of
Because they do better off.
Kind of
They have less problems.
sort of feeling around life. And anhedonia is something we do see people going through. Post-traumatic stress, complex post-traumatic stress. It's a big part of that picture, for sure.
I mean, it's still now I feel like that I have that. Because you're having, come out and look at the stars. I'm like, I don't.
What?
Yeah, definitely.
Wait, whoa.
At this point,
Wait, what? What is that? What is this? Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Definitely. And at this point, so now you're 18, are you talking with anyone about what's happening? How are you getting through the day?
At 25, for sure. I mean, it's any kind of
Gray to say, love time with dinner out with friends, a funny movie, whatever it means, nothing. It's just
day for me. It wasn't. I never looked forward to things. I was never excited about things. I was just living.
Wait.
It's just living. It's survival.
Wait. Shut up, fuck.
New York, I moved to California to Marin, but I wasn't handling things in a healthy way. I was bulimic, I was cutting, I was doing all the things, just trying to make sense of, really just, as I say, like I was just trying to survive. Like every day was just a survival day for me. It wasn't, I never looked forward to things. I was never excited about things. I was just living.
And that's complex trauma. It's just living. It's survival.
Yeah.
There's a word we have called anhedonia, which means you no longer get pleasure or joy from any of the activities that maybe have ever given you joy or would ordinarily give people joy.
No fucking way.
Beautiful day, time with dinner out with friends, a funny movie, whatever it means, nothing. It's just sort of this flat kind of gray sort of feeling around life. And anhedonia is something we do see people going through. Post-traumatic stress, complex post-traumatic stress. It's a big part of that picture.
For sure. I mean, it's, and even still now, I feel like that I have that.
Something we do see people going through. Friends, a funny movie, whatever it means, nothing. It's just sort of this flat kind of gray sort of feeling around life. And anhedonia is something we do see people going through.
What the fuck is that? Okay. Lack of pleasure. Okay. Hold on. If you say fucking prednisone, I'm gonna fucking throw this phone. Fuck it. Wow. Fuck. This fucking Paraton is going in the garbage immediately after we are done because they hurt. My hands are so greasy. I'm like using fucking practice chopsticks. What? What? You can experience. Okay. Wait, what? Wow. That's fucking crazy. Fuck you. Hey, all the things great. Really? Wow. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Okay. There you go. Mm. 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 Alrighty. Mm. 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 Fuck this up. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm. Fuck. Mm. Okay. Why did I give this one? Okay. These go in the back. Oh. Go. Mm. Why? Okay.
Something we do see people going through post-traumatic stress, complex post-traumatic stress. It's a big part of that picture.
For sure. I mean, it's, and even still now, I feel like that I have that because because my husband's come out and look at the stars. I'm like, I don't.
So it's still there.
It's, yeah, definitely, definitely.
And at this point, Kimberly, so now you're 18. Are you talking with anyone about what's happening? How are you getting through the day?
At 25, I actually started writing a book. And with all the women in my family, my mom, my aunt, my sisters at the time, and everybody was really, I wouldn't say it was a book, of it was more of just us journaling and sort of getting everything out. At that time, we felt that it was healthy, but looking back, I think it was actually really an unhealthy way to process what had happened, because I think we needed to process it apart from each other and not together. And I say this because I do speak to my mom. It's different, but my mom does try. She's in therapy. She does her best. And that's a very difficult thing for me, because there is the split side of knowing that she was a victim as well of him. Sure. And so I do have that in my heart. That's very hard.
It is your mom, and at least she's bothering to
we soon became grouped together, and that was uncomfortable for me, because I didn't feel like being grouped with my mom was fair, or being grouped with any other adult that was in my life when I was a child was fair, because even if the same thing happened to us, they still never protected me.
No, children are supposed to be.
So looking back, I know that it wasn't a healthy way to process my abuse. And there's an interesting story that's not in the book. I was abused on my first Holy Communion, and my mother knew this always from the time I was 15. It was one of my first memories. And about 2 years ago, she came to my house, because we all wore the same communion dress, all of the siblings. Your sister asked for the communion dress for her if she ever has a daughter, which she now has. So I got impressed, and I'm just sitting there in my head going, are we actually having this conversation? And I sent them to her, and now, she has them, and she's so happy. And so if she ever has a daughter, she'll have her communion in this dress. And I tell that story because I just think it speaks volumes of where everybody's head is.
Yes.
I wasn't talking to my younger sister at the time. I still am not. And I sent her an email, and I just said, I just want to let you know, if you didn't know, that something really horrific happened to me in that dress. And I don't think you want it. Can you please mail it back to me, because I'd like to burn it. And I never heard back from her.
Yeah, it's like a little extreme.
And about
burning,
4 months later, my mom, she came to my house after visiting her, and she had my communion dress wrapped up in a Starbucks bag, like garbage. Not that it's not garbage, but to
you're
me,
going to burn it, you dumb bitch. Like, what the fuck?
Painful part of my life. And she just goes,
your life, not hers.
And
it doesn't mean shit to her.
I
It's a
have an
fucking
amazing husband, and
stupid
he
fucking dress. Like,
burned it with me. But if I never said anything, my niece would be wearing that dress on her communion.
it's a dress. There's a fucking piece of fabric.
That
Like,
same
chill,
sister, when
lady.
she found out I was writing the book, told me I was going to ruin all of the children's lives by doing this. And
You are kind of going a little crazy.
what was
with
so
that, right?
ironic about that,
You're
to
making
me,
your life
was
revolve
over
around
the
this
summer,
now. Just saying.
all just happened to me in New York.
Like, you guys were
And I
healing,
reached
and
out
now your
to
life has
one of my
become
sisters
this.
who I talked
That
to more than
everything
anyone, and I just said,
associated with
"Look,
it, you have
my
to go
daughter
burn,
really wants to see
and
her
everybody has to
cousins
feel
because she
icky
had
about
grown up
an
with them." And I said,
inanimate
"Can you
object.
please
Like,
include her? This isn't fair to her. We can all go to the beach. I'm protecting her." Which I would never do right now in the space I'm in now. But at that time, I just felt like she's asking me to see her cousins. And she first said, absolutely. And then they all got together and they never included my daughter. And so my daughter said to me, "What did I do, Mom?" And that to me was such a moment for me to step back and say, I'm saving you from them.
Yes. Absolutely. And that is such a painful realization because you were doing the right things, right? She loves her cousins. You wanted her to have that contact. But now she's being brought into a toxic system where the child immediately goes to, is this my fault? What have I done wrong? And that you immediately detected as, no, I'm not putting her in a system where she's questioning herself. Yes. Your family in some ways is so not unique in the sense of you're going to harm all these children in the family by telling the truth. Right. Which, could actually keep those children protected.
Or understand, for me, it was never an option for my daughter not to know my story.
Yeah,
because
but like
it's going to explain
yeah,
to
but
her
you don't
so
need
much
to
about
say shit of your
me
kid,
and
though.
so much
I
about
think that
why
all
I
men are
parented the way
pigs
that I
and,
did,
trying
and
to rape
why I'm
you.
not perfect, and why I get triggered, and why
Oh,
I'm
there's not triggers.
impatient, or
You're
why I overreact about certain things. And
It's
that
an
to me is
object.
the biggest gift I can give her because I
It's
can't take
nothing.
away what
Like,
happened to me.
Yeah.
You're giving all this
you
power
can't,
to
and I
a
think that
stupid
it
dress.
is a gift for a child to know where they come from and it not all be a secret because it can actually be even if no further sexual abuse happens
Yeah, it
to
didn't
your
happen to
various
her.
nieces, nephews.
Why are you
they
gonna
come up,
fucking
but the
traumatize the
stories
fucking
kept from
the
them.
kid?
There is also
She has no
a
fucking part in
trauma and
it.
grief that comes from recognizing way down the line when you learn these things about your family that I
fucking
believe,
relationship with
and
the
this
with the
is
man. She
rather
don't give a shit.
metaphysical for
Child.
scientific gals. We do carry these traumatic inheritances within our bodies, even if we've never become acquainted with the players. It's in there.
Yes.
And we feel it. And in some ways, knowing it makes it all fit. We don't feel crazy. It's so fascinating because the willingness of your sister to remain faithful to a fictional characterization of a family was greater than wanting to have a relationship with her living, breathing sister.
Yes.
Unfortunately, what we're learning from you, and this is sort of the painful truth nobody wants to talk to, breaking intergenerational cycles does often mean breaking ties.
Yeah.
Because as long as people are still sort of buying into that false narrative, being near them is dangerous, especially after what you've been through.
Yeah.
Having had a history of complex trauma. Complex trauma treatment is
What
also
the
protecting
fuck,
yourself in
Dad?
dangerous situations.
This does not sound good out of context.
That's what you're doing. And all the pushback people say, well, I don't know, family estrangement. Nah. It's going to keep someone safe. Like you want to say estrangement's a dirty word. For me, it actually happens now.
Yeah. And it's been interesting for me. I have connected with so many amazing doctors through all of this, and you included. To get validation, it's sad that it's taken this long.
No.
People that study this and this is what you do for a living, and to get validation that I'm doing the right thing. It's sad that it couldn't come from my family, but I'm really happy about the way that it's all happening.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're getting that, but I'm sad it didn't come from my family. It almost couldn't come from your family. It goes back to that they couldn't keep you safe, and they still can't keep people safe. That doesn't just change overnight. The decks almost have to be cleared with the family you've created with your husband. You have a daughter. The inheritance kind of gets a little cleaned up with her, and she gets and have her own family.
I'm so happy for them, and I hope that it all works out great.
I do tire of people saying we'll be sad if we end these cycles. I don't know. I think if the family earns the right to remain in that, I think, very divine seat of being family, that's an earned right. It's not just a birthright. Right? Being family is to be safe. We had a guest named Dr.
Yeah,
Jennifer
but it's
Friday
not
call
to
us
fucking. Why are you going to
Doings of a
traumatize
relationship.
your kid when you didn't know
The
him?
foremost duty of a relationship is safety. Yeah. It is to create safety. It's to protect the vulnerabilities of another. It's to keep children safe. If people can't do those duties, I don't
That duty.
if they're your family. Yeah. I have to tell you, Kimberly, you're doing all of this, is that for some people it was literally the only path forward.
I've learned a lot of just
Definitely.
dialogue around
Fucking not
fucking
fucking volunteer and get fucking
things that
beat
I
up.
didn't know
That's for sure.
existed, but I was living.
You
Really
would-
nothing
yes,
that I'm not even fucking related to.
Because it's so obvious, no contact. But people like that, you can actually do. Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, absolutely. And but
Downstairs
there's
through the fucking.
no contact could literally describe two people who just don't have contact. It's very
Only 'cause it's his hands
intentional,
down.
Kimberly. No contact
Fucking hard. I
in a
was
family
fucking
system.
wound
That's
up.
where
I
people will say,
was-
there's at least one person in that system I want to be in touch with, which means I have to
Put
get
his
the whole
hands down,
family
and I was like,
blob coming along.
exactly.
It's not that
Trying to
common.
make me look like
And
a
so
fucking erratic
when
junkie,
people
out
do
of control and
finally pull it
dangerous.
off,
Like,
it works. I'll tell you what's very interesting, sort of about the sideline here. I was looking at a group of people's data a few years ago. The data was collected from people all over the world, and they were asking them, what are the things that have worked best for you to help you with your narcissistic abuse? At the time I had looked at that data, the number one thing was actually no contact. It's not a strategy accessible to everyone, especially, for example, if you're co-parenting with someone.
absolutely, you
You have
make
custody
sure
of a
you
minor
do
child,
it
you
right.
have to stay in touch with that parent. But for people who have it as an option, you're getting away from a toxin. There's no, but it has a name and it's a thing and it's powerful and you did it and you're saying you noticed the difference.
Oh yeah, 100%. And my husband had a very normal life. Don't ask me how we wound up together. I'm not really sure. But he'll say, "I feel like you want to call your dad." I said, "I don't. I feel grief around it," which was surprising to me that I felt as much grief as I did, because when I finished the book and all of these amazing things happening with it, and how proud I am of just the outcome of it and how it's written and how many people I know it's going to help. You want to call your family. That's who you want to call and tell them, look at this thing I did, but I couldn't do that because they wouldn't have been proud of me, and it would have been the same conversation we've been having my entire life. So the one thing that I will say that is, I think, really difficult when you do have a narcissistic parent, especially one that's not supportive of you, because my father was never anything that I did. Everything was the wrong thing. I would dance with Alvin Ailey for years, and it was really interesting because I was sending my book out to somebody yesterday, and as I was mailing it and putting it together, I heard my dad's voice in my head. Back when I was in my 20s, and I had to live with him for a very short period of time, and I was mailing my headshot and resume out to everybody, and I remember my dad walking in and looking at me and going, "It's a waste of time." As I was mailing out, I just this moment where I just broke down. And
oh, really? If I broke down every time they told me that shit.
About my career besides
Oh man, that's why I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
Narcissistic parents are dream killers, right? And you have to have,
is that really a thing?
Yep, 100%.
Because what it means then, Kimberly,
It means that you leave and go on to be
process outside of that narcissistic
your own person, which ends up being pretty freaking normal, actually.
Children are an extension of them, and so you sort of exist in their service, right? So
Yep, nobody knows you better than I know you.
That, but it's the ultimate in arrogance if you think you're going to go and to go do your own thing. But it also brings up their insecurity. At the core of the narcissistic person is a deep insecurity. So my guess is he probably had much more grandiose visions for himself, none of which happened.
Like, yeah,
but
but
even the sense of, it's the, I'm going to
like, and I could have done it
make
like
you feel
without
as small as I feel.
my
So
parents
it's-
paying for
it's a
it.
waste
That's
of
not
time
what it
when
was
they see the
about.
pictures going out. That dream killing element, unless
Like,
the dream is fully aligned.
and that's
with the
why
parent.
there's
Sometimes you're
Caitlin's
like,
modeling
the
picture,
stage
Caitlin's
parents, it's
diploma,
like, you have to go to all the auditions.
my
but
graduation picture, and then the signature of the drummer for April Wine.
Right. No one wins at this. So what you're describing there is on point, but so too is the grief. And I think people are struggling. I want to go no contact. I'm going to be relieved. I am relieved. But the wave of grief can be quite astonishing because not only is it a painful reminder that they didn't protect you. Every child craves that attachment and connection to a loving parental figure or figures. And recognizing that's never going to happen. Never. And it's not about the father, the man. You've long since given up on that. But it's the symbol. It's the thing. It's the safety. It's the primal need. It's the grief that can't happen. That's a big grief.
Completely. And it's interesting because I went no contact with my dad a few years back for a short period of time. When I did it first time, my sister called me and said, I didn't even say hello. I don't know. And she said, I know you're not talking to Dad, and I hope you're okay with going to die, and are you happy with like the last work conversation you had with him? And I just thought, God, this family's so
Yeah, but
fucked up.
yeah, no, I didn't get to fucking. I didn't get to have a last conversation with Eric, and I didn't get to have a last conversation with girlfriends. Allison, my grandfather. These are all people that I should.
20 years ago. Yeah. And when he'll, you know, we'll be out to dinner years ago, and he has all of my stunts in his phone. So he'll show the waiter, he'll show everybody. With my daughter doubles A, B, C, and then he'll say, you know, she used to be a gymnast. She was never very good. So it's so interesting because from the outside world,
No,
my
apparently I
father
just
is
talk
this
to my family
incredible
constantly.
human. Everybody loves my father. My father he does all of this stuff for the poor. He does all of this stuff for.
My house is where all the
just-
stray children
does
run
everything
to.
that he
To
doesn't
talk
do
about
for
their
his family.
fucked up homes.
He does for the outside world. So if
No.
you're my father's friend,
If you
they'll
wanna
tell
go,
you
you
he's
don't
the
go
best
there.
guy on the planet.
It's actually something we call communal narcissism, which is a form of narcissism where the narcissistic person gets their sense of validation by actually doing these things for other people. So whereas, you know, narcissistic people in general just want people to show up and tell them they're great, or they walk around proclaiming their greatness, these are folks who do things that look nice, so nobody picks it up that way. Until you realize, actually, this is a terrible person who is unempathic and entitled and arrogant and all these things. They keep doing these things, but they really, the payout on it is transactional. You need to praise the heck out of them. The person who's getting what they want may praise them. Think, okay, whatever you've done for me, thank you, he's so great. But it's also that dynamic of your grandfather. He's such a great guy, So you're in these environments where this, in a way, these are all very transactional relationships. It's like whatever, people are buying like a really cheap and dirty version of someone saying, oh, they're great because they helped me out. Yeah. They're great because they were nice to me once. I've seen that parallel process, which doesn't feel good.
Yeah. And with men especially.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you then
You're a lot more mature and hot
how did you
than-
get into the stunt world? There's no like stunt school or stunt application.
Oh no, I fucking still get like fucking
A
told.
lot
I have
of
these
people
on
that I
top
was
on top of
performing
it.
with
Means
were
nothing,
doing it,
whatever.
and so funny enough, they said, "Well, send your resume to this guy. He's, you know, the biggest guy in New York."
Okay.
And he called me a coordinator. Yeah, and he called me a week later, and I was on a movie doubling for Uma Thurman, and that was my
Really?
first film, and I never stopped working since.
Wow.
you.
Yeah.
What was your process of
Awesome.
healing? You're successfully working for 20 years
I'm
in
getting
this
there.
industry. How was your healing process unfolding in parallel to
A
your
little bit of a
to doing this
detour.
work in stunts?
I think
Since
part
we
of
are
it
in Quebec.
was
Obviously.
sadly, I was
Some
finally
unplanned traffic.
happy that my family was proud of me, and that I was
I
doing
really don't
something
care,
that
honestly.
mattered to them, because I never
No.
mattered to them.
Yeah, but I have people that I matter to now.
So it's
That I
always
don't have to
yeah.
feel that even
So
if I
it's
do
like
fail.
gratification.
they're gonna be like, oh, I'm so sorry for that it didn't work out.
Succeeding.
Not see, I told you so.
There's a sad, it's a big scene because
And now we wasted all this money when you could have been doing something more productive that I told you would actually like succeed at this thing.
And also that I was really good at it.
Yeah.
I am
And
so good at so many
so
things.
that felt really good to just be good at something.
Because every time I had to
People
fucking
that
drop the thing I
recognize
started,
and tell me
uh,
that I'm really
eventually
good, and
they get
actors
better
put me
and I
in their
have to
contract
go
and
find
want me
a
there
new thing
because
to
I was good.
try to do.
And getting this external validation from
So
everybody
that's
but my
fun.
family was something I think that I really needed.
It helps a lot, and there's also a sense of
Oh
agency.
no, you
of like,
make
you
it
know,
better.
I'm good at
I'm
this
the
thing,
one
feeling
who's
good at
fucked up, and
something.
they can't understand
Going
why
through
I'm just
complex
like
trauma and going through narcissistic abuse.
like this and
all
so
about
difficult and
invalidation of
uncooperative.
yourself, gaslighting yourself, being riddled with self-doubt. You really can't have self-doubt if you're a stunt person because you've got to do things kind of perfect.
That's a cool ass fucking job.
Precision, and you can't
For a
have
chick.
self-doubt.
Yeah, and I've literally never made a mistake.
That's why I'm a great fucking driver.
No.
That's amazing.
I mean, injuries that were not because of me. Things happen, but I have never made a mistake.
It doesn't
Yup.
surprise me because I think
That's
that
it.
over control that trauma survivors often have, narcissistic abuse
I
survivors
can't
often
make a
have.
fucking
It's just that
mistake
you
ever.
You use that.
I can't have a fucking pimple on my face. I can't fucking not have makeup on. People are like, are you okay? You look really not okay.
Like other kinds of overcontrol
Right.
behaviors. It could also flip to
Guys
the
are just
other
not
side
used to
and
me
become
not
things like binging and purging food. It could become addiction.
all the time.
So we
One thing, and people
dysregulated
freak the fuck
sexuality,
out.
like we could see
Like
it
I'm
play
fucking
out.
freaky
I
doggy.
think there was always something in,
I'm a raging
in
alcoholic.
me, which is why I named the book Glimmer. That was just, although all of these horrific things had happened to me, that I knew that I was here for a higher purpose. And
No.
I couldn't
I
make
don't
sense
think
of
you're
the
a higher
pain
purpose.
if there wasn't purpose for the pain.
No.
And I
I don't think
always
I'm
felt
here
like
for
my
higher
purpose
purpose.
was to help people.
Just as much.
Because if I don't, then what
You'll
does
have
it
to
all
worry
look like?
about
To find the meaning
why
and
you're
purpose
still
of suffering
obsessed with your
is the way to
fucking
come out
stupid
the other
things.
side, because without that, the suffering will swallow you up, and it
As
does
if
swallow
the
many people
dress
up.
breaks.
You shouldn't be here. The severity of what you endured and the lack of support you
Like, the
had
dress
after it
is not
happened,
what raped you.
you are a living monument to resilience and strength.
Wow.
Because so many people
Cool.
don't get the support they need through mental health, or they give themselves permission to harness their gifts, because I think everyone has their gifts, and they don't find the meaning and purpose, and the trauma swallows them. They go into the void.
Yeah, completely. I read something where they say
And I
you're
lost
what your
most of
ancestors
my
have been
people.
waiting for, and that's what I feel.
And then I got
with me.
exiled from the place that
And I think
all
that
the fucking
my aunt really
rejects of
tried to break
society
the
go,
cycle,
and even
and
they were
she
like, "You're
was
too much
shut
for us,
down
man."
by the people that she trusted to tell.
So I
And
sat
she
with
wasn't able
myself.
to fulfill her story, and I really truly believe that that's what I'm here for.
That's amazing. I've never heard that line. You are what your ancestors have been waiting for. It's really profound, and it's a intergenerational
It's a
cycles that
little
may
bit,
end, right? And in some cases in your family, they may be continuing because some of your family members don't want to see it.
Giving
have to
giving yourself a bit of
Be
a
willing to let go of what's pulling you back. Like a friend said to me, Kim, it's like you have one leg over the hill, but you're letting your family still tug on your other leg. You've got to let them go so that you can get over the hill. Which is
all of it.
exactly
It's
what I
like
needed
all of
to
it
do.
go.
Exactly right.
Because staying split
Yeah.
doesn't work.
You know, the metaphor I've often used with clients is a hot air balloon, right? They, I mean, back in the days, you know, cartoons, they cut the little sandbags up, but they left the weights out. But using the sandbag analogy, it is very often cutting out those toxic people and just snip, 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 and then the balloon's not going to float. Otherwise, you're just sitting in this balloon that's just sitting around. There's no point. But to soar, you do need to cut that stuff off. Whatever it is, it's not always people. It's a whole lot of other things too. But you have to be willing.
Not
I
just
think a
people.
lot of it too is,
For real.
unfortunately,
Shitty people.
there's a lot of
As it turns
therapists
out.
there that shouldn't be
Like,
therapists.
Girl, you
I'm
just
not the asshole. Look
And
out.
I've seen a lot of them because when I didn't have money to
This is
see
used to me taking
pay
it.
for a good therapist, that's a real
I
big
break it and
problem
I break it.
because even with my mom, she has this thing in her back pocket where she's like, I've been in therapy for 20 years. So what? If you're not seeing the right person,
All
if
I
you're not
asked
getting
was
the
for
right
therapy. They're
you're
like,
gonna
so how
stay in the same
medication? I'm
place.
like,
You're never gonna move
no
forward.
therapy.
Things are never
They're
gonna
like,
shift for you.
oh, we'll give you medication
writing this
and we'll
book,
talk about therapy.
I think over these, it took from the beginning to end about 3 years almost.
Because
I've
I'm my
grown
dose, I'm my
more
dose,
than I
and
have in
I'm
my
switching
entire
to somebody else. I'm like, I'm taking on another
catalyst
fucking
of
thing.
all
You
of that was
fucking
my
present
daughter.
me. You guys are all fucking nuts.
So you
Yeah, that's fucking, you're all fucking actually crazy. Like, I'm the drug addict. Like, because I don't have a special piece of paper.
She's thankfully
Oh,
an
fucking
extremely
heroin
confident,
drug.
amazing
Terrible.
soul. And
And you
unfortunately,
still
I
feel
had to have a
sad. It's
conversation
just you
with
can't
her
emote
earlier
sadness.
than I wanted to because of her being left out of the family. I had to address that with her, and I wanted to be as honest as I could with her, and I didn't want her to carry around this feeling of, even if I said it's not you, it wasn't enough. And she even
You
said
just
to me,
put
she
it
said,
on her, you
Mommy,
stupid
I want an
idiot.
example of what you're talking about because
No!
to me, I'm at school, you want an example, so I want you to give me an example. And my husband was with me, thankfully, and he just said, you know how mommy and daddy's number one job is to protect you. And she said yes. And he said, well, mommy wasn't protected when she was your age. And she was really hurt. And she was, well, who hurt you, mommy? And I said,
See, you just fucking traumatized your kid when she didn't have that. This is a you problem.
Said,
Like,
did he hurt you? Did he hurt your heart or did he hurt you with his hands?
this is a fucked up thing to
And I
talk
just
to a
said,
child about. Just saying.
And she just hugged me. And she said she was sorry. And then she walked away and did a puzzle. That's children do.
Yeah, but you didn't need to put her through that sad.
That's a question most
Like-
adults wouldn't think. Is your heart, did it hurt you?
No, I asked, why would you take that as an answer?
What hindsight, and I was like, check, mommy's doing something right. Oh,
No, I
Clearly.
fucking.
And
I thought you wanted it. Apparently, she never considered like that. That's a bullshit fucking answer.
And she's securely
As a
attached.
fucking adult,
She's securely attached to her father. And every day that secure attachment is practiced when you're being open with her, and she is protected. She will never be the child who's
biologically related or
not to make her confident.
You know that a fucking child, like an 8-year-old who calls you daddy,
And there's
is
something
not
that
saying it because she
I'm
fucking
living out now,
wants to sleep with her
which is
father.
the truth is
Like-
so easy. Why don't we say it more? And in
Is that
moment,
easy for you? Like,
and
Jesus,
when
lady.
she walked away, I said, "This is exactly what
I think you kind of like
I
being
mean. It's so easy. She can take
Come on,
this.
both
Of
a little
course,
bit.
she's 8. I'm not going to sit there and tell her things she does not
Why
need
would
to
you
hear.
fucking feel like?
But she needed to hear something, and she needed to be validated.
No.
And I also said,
I
to
think
her,
that was a little too much.
just because people are adults does not mean
Mean
that
they-
they're making
yeah,
the right
they
decisions.
trust you. You
And
don't
does
trust
not
every
mean
single
that
adult.
they
I agree with
aren't
that.
carrying around pain. And
Yeah,
does
but
not
she
mean
thinks that she's
their
going to
pain is
protect her
not
kid from
bleeding
ever
out into
experiencing the
other
same
people.
thing, and it's
And
just not true.
unfortunately,
There's
that's
no
what's
way you could
happening in
possibly
mommy's family.
keep that
Mommy's
from
family's had a
happening.
lot of pain, and
That's
they're
what my
not
mom said.
dealing with the pain
That's why she would read his
properly, and so
books
it's
about
coming
good
out in
touching and
other
bad
ways, and
touching,
I'm sorry
and
that
when
you
to
were
say
hurt by that.
when you can say no,
Because
like.
I don't want you to
And
ever feel
just because
that
someone's an
that has
adult
anything
doesn't
to
mean
do
you
with
trust them by default. Like someone gets to say if your parents are at the hospital, they told me to come get you. You don't get in the car with them. Whether they're a man or a woman, doesn't matter. Like it still happened anyway. There's no amount that she could have like informed us about it that would have.
The message you got as a child was that adults are fallible, adults are flawed, adults aren't always right. You weren't told that. You were like, well, adults, right? Everything we're doing is right. No, we're not harming you. You're the one who's wrong. You're the one who's wrong.
What are you doing
Holding
to
space for
make
the
you
idea
feel
that
this
no,
way?
adults always don't do the right thing. We're a safe space. You can tell us it's okay. That's huge. You're breaking through each of those things one at a time. But you know why don't we tell the truth? It's so easy. Listen, you told the truth to your sister and she walked. Yeah. You
And
told the
she's
truth
got
to other
something to do.
family members and they
She's
shamed
older.
and judged you. So it's maybe saying the words is easy, but not to mean what comes back at you is not. To tell the
And
truth
just like you're not
is
holding your
actually
sister's guilt, your daughter's freaking
blast
holding your
through
guilt.
a lot of what you believed were social relationships in your life. And I think a lot of people, listen, when you become authentic, when you heal, when you push through this, your social circle gets a lot smaller.
Yes.
And I like that. Yeah, no. Because it's a true, safe place. Yeah. Otherwise, it's an illusion, right? It's like having a
Absolutely,
food
that's
stock kitchen and all the
different, but-
boxes are empty. You're like, I'm still hungry because this actually isn't food.
Yes. And I think when you step away from the family or the system that is
Because you're gonna
the
feel like that
dysfunction,
now that she has to
I
protect her
can
mom.
see things so much clearer
Yes,
now.
yes,
Because when you're in it and you're having daily conversations on the phone and you're doing these things, you're still moving in that toxicity with them. So in order to really see it for what it is, you have to step away from it.
Yes, and you can't see it clearly. There's no version of this, Kimberly, where you see it clearly and you stay in the system. So to stay in the system,
Go wrong,
means
get all
you
right.
don't see it clearly, don't stay in the system. It's a dynamic system like
Just
that.
do
And I
both
think when people
emotions.
try to create, it's like, can't I have both? No, it doesn't
Don't
work.
work.
It's two pulleys. And so, man, a lot of people, it's just too scary.
Let go, let God.
People. I
mean, I can't begin to tell you how many times I've read stuff when somebody's estranged from their family. Well, what's wrong with you? How about maybe they're the most courageous person in the room that they were able to do that?
Well,
but
maybe you're just not dating like a very good girlfriend.
Who set that distance boundary or cut out altogether?
Like I
I
said, that
actually think it's a
you
remarkable
admitted to being abusive, and you come back with, "Well, are you being a good girlfriend, or are you making it work?" I was like, "What?"
Their trauma was bleeding out into their parenting.
And you know what? This is what I did.
And I was
I
not
started
gonna
getting up
let
at
that
6:30 in the morning.
And I also was not going to
I
let
go
her
home
witness
and shovel
it
out the truck.
I didn't want her to have.
Bullshit.
I don't want her to have one sliver of my childhood. And unfortunately, she will, in the sense of this is who I am and this is where I come from. But I want her to just be around strong, loving women.
Do you think that you look strong to your daughter after all that? Like, now she's gonna be like, she has to protect her mom.
And I do that with her. I lose my patience. I'm not a perfect mom. Mommy's had stuff. Mommy's doing her best. Mommy's gonna work harder. I'm gonna try harder, which gives her the gateway to tell me when I've hurt her. You know, that hurt my feelings, Mommy, when you said that in that way.
Yeah.
And it gives her permission to have that conversation
Yeah,
with me,
but,
which
like-
is so important because I never had that conversation with my parents.
I mean, it
Yeah,
just
but I
sometimes
think-
happens with our guests because I'm a shrink, and that's how I hear things. Is when you were saying what we just
to
said, you
people
were
in a
saying,
certain
"I'll tell
way
your
that
daughter,"
they
one of the things you
lead,
said is,
like, I
"I'm
don't.
not human." Like,
Oh, I'm not human. I did say that. I'm doing a lot of inner child work.
and it's great. It's great.
And she's probably going to be really mad at me for saying that.
Why?
Because I was very disconnected with her for a long time. I saw us as two people. I saw her as the victim, as the person who didn't do anything. Why didn't you speak up? Why weren't you strong enough? I blamed her. I put the blame on her.
I'm not human again.
And through my work that I've been doing on myself, I have reconnected with her and feel finally that we're living in the same body.
Middle-aged men that go, "Oh,
Because
you're
I didn't
jealous
realize
about
how
her."
much we actually weren't.
And
So I
then
literally
starts
have a
fucking
picture
running
of her
off
in
his
my
fucking
mirror and I
mouth.
talk to her, and I can
Yeah,
see
no.
when I put a picture of myself as my daughter's age and my daughter, the picture of my daughter next to each other.
Yeah.
There is this pain behind my eyes that my daughter doesn't have.
Hey, widow love. We can get enough.
That has to be such a profound feeling of grief for your grandchild, the joy for your own child, and the wish for the child you were. Yeah, that she should have never had that pain back. Yeah.
And I think when you come from a strong survivor space where you want to be the strong survivor,
Oh no, my
I
mom was
often
totally.
did this.
I don't know many people who go to
thing
see
in my
their
head where I was
abuser,
saying,
sit them down, and be
trying
like,
to
"Why did
power
you
through
do that to
it
me?
or
If you want a relationship with your grandkid, you need to tell me why you did
not
that
make
to
her
me."
relevant enough.
Because it's not
truly
for my grandmother to
she
keep
survived
her
the
away
worst
from her
of it.
granddaughter, but
She carried that burden. So that integration becomes so important, and that attunement. So we can all be in one body.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's the more we dissociate that stuff out, the more it can actually command us and control us.
Yes.
Pull us away. But you said it's okay to make mistakes. You want to teach your daughter it's okay to make mistakes. That pressure to not, because the idea is if I don't make any mistakes, if I'm perfect, then I don't have to be plagued by that self-doubt.
Yeah. And I think there is so much shame around it that I always felt I didn't have, which I've learned that I have a lot of. I don't know what it
your
is
body's
about
not an
that.
icky thing.
The
That's
shame
the
part
problem.
that it feels so vulnerable, I guess. Because I think I felt like I shouldn't have shame because it wasn't my fault, but it just doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't. Another thing, I'd love to hear, first of all, talk a little about your husband, because one thing, as I was reading your books, like, oh my goodness, how's Kimberly ever going to enter into a healthy adult relationship? Your husband sounds amazing, by the way, absolutely amazing.
Yes.
And your relationship with him together, the two of you sound amazing. Was it always healthy? Really? Like, did you just go through and meet a healthy man? Did
Oh, God, no.
adult
Yeah,
relationships?
like lucky I'm alive.
Well,
God, no. I was married before my
somehow
husband,
looked out.
and it was a very. I married.
I was getting a race to
similar
fucking
way.
propose to him because I knew he would
And it was
never
very
propose
unhealthy,
to me.
and he was a good
So,
person.
that should have been
We
a
were
pretty
just,
fucking
he was
clear
a survivor as
fucking
well.
sign.
And so we kind of bonded on that. And
Best
I
sign
think
ever.
the moment that he
Or
said
maybe
to me, I think
What?
we should start
I was
trying
like,
to have
what?
kids, that was like my dead stop.
Really?
And
Faggot.
I divorced him.
Okay. All right.
Are you serious?
Psychological palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Let's just get that one out of the way.
Yeah.
So you're going to healthier relationships. Unfortunately, some
What?
people get stuck in those. You know, the other thing I want to say about your
I think that's super not fucking fair.
relationship that you
You're nuts a little bit, lady.
you've experienced that complex relational trauma, and he protects your vulnerabilities. He never weaponizes them. He never. That's an important part of that survivorship. Is that for many people who've been through any form of
You know what?
especially familial trauma,
That's-
is that
I don't know. I just think that's not
they
fair.
feel protected. That once someone learns that about them, that's
No.
never thrown in their
No,
face.
no.
That they're
Yeah, but like,
never,
it's not up to other people to
traumatic
protect
or
you.
any of these
Like,
things, but rather this is the
it's not fair to put that on other people. Like, to
part of
put, like,
in the
that
role of
much
loving
pressure
them,
on
the duties of
somebody.
the relationship, in the role of loving them, I must protect this above all else. And so even in the worst fight, that a person has the mindfulness to keep the
We
reins
don't
back and
fight.
say, we'll have our argument, because
So
people will
that's
have each other
gotta
argue.
be-
But that, absolutely not. I love this person. And I what I really love about that story, Kimberly, is that many people who go through severe
I
intrafamilial
was like
sexual
convinced I
trauma
wanted to
feel they'll
fucking
never
get,
have a normal
have a
healthy
wedding,
relationship.
and I was gonna have an
Absolutely, they can.
anti-wedding.
There for the first time, but you got there. Were there other
I knew I
relationships
didn't
where you
get
saw
married.
some of these
I knew I
themes
didn't
that
want to get married.
relate to your trauma?
Through my
I can
20s,
remember. I'm like, it's stupid. It sounds like ownership papers.
another.
Doing it.
Yeah, it was constantly.
And it's just so that when you fucking get
really
divorced, you don't get another cut. Before it's over.
Is
Then you have fucking,
you know,
what do you call it?
your
what's
idea
that?
of intimacy. Well, there is no intimacy because you don't know what that is. So you have to teach that to yourself, and that's a real bitch. And
Not really.
I still feel like
fucking
I
that bitch anymore.
struggle with that still to this day. I don't think that's something that will ever go away. I think when you're introduced to sex at an age that is just unfathomable,
12.
you can't comprehend what it's supposed to be.
In all fairness,
I went
he
through
was
that
schizophrenic. I can
period
leave
of
it
time for a long
now.
time.
So,
I know you
I feel like that's a
more than
pretty.
if you're a bad therapist, but was
I know,
therapy
no,
a
relevant,
useful part
but
of the experience of sort of getting into a healthier sense of your body sexually? Or did that come to you in other
no.
ways?
Again, I looked at
My
a bunch of
therapist
people
that I got
who
in my
are
late
older
20s
males
that I
that
had,
were like,
and I still have,
don't need to
she
be
really
so easy.
was a
Because a
life
guy
changer
says
for
you're
me
pretty.
and really helped me. She's the one who
Guys
really
will
was
say
the
a lot
catalyst
of things
for
to
my
you for the
divorce
rest
and
of your
kind of
life.
really shed the light on
I'm like,
me
not even
and
hard
sort
to.
of what I was going through
Well,
and
except the word, but schizophrenic.
what was healthy for me and not healthy for me.
Oh,
There
and
needs
he
to
also
be
is
something
related
done
to fucking
for
Kalen's
people that
husband,
don't
so
have
that's
that. I
probably
have,
a good indication that he's
you know,
borderline
someone in
autistic.
my family right now who just came forward to me who my grandfather abused, and she's in her 40s and she is a mess.
Wow.
You know, as far as she wants to heal and she wants to get better,
Wow,
she doesn't
really?
necessarily have all of the means to do so. And so it's like, where do these people go that sort of fall through the cracks, that have been through something so traumatic and don't have the means to get really good therapy? And,
because free
and what does that
therapy
look
is
like?
never
And
good
I
therapy.
remember seeing a trauma therapist.
That was more effective than
And
you?
This was actually quite recently. I went to see this person with my mother,
Mhm.
Dr. Matei and Dr. Bruce Perry, and
She didn't talk to
Dr.
me for
Richard
3
Swartz
days
are all
because
doctors
she
who
felt
I've
like
been
I
working
tricked
with.
her into going
And
in.
so I asked her if she knew of any
It's
of them.
supposed to be an hour,
And
it
she
ended
said,
up being
"There's
2.
names."
I talked for
And I
15
thought to
minutes.
myself, okay, well, you're
And
not a
then
trauma
she
therapist
just
because
fucking
they're
went home and she's like,
this
never
is
going
what
to
they do,
use this
this
video.
is
I'll
what
talk
they
to you
do.
off and I'm never going in again. When everyone's on the door.
I think that that's something that is becoming more available.
Yeah, her to go in. Not
The
me.
internet. Like I was able to say to my cousin, go to YouTube and
You don't have to talk for extra
just
hours.
listen to his videos and how he feels about trauma, and
But I figured that would
and how it
happen.
resonates in your body. And
So I asked her, like, are
I'm
you
watching
telling
it
me first
live out in
first
real
time?
time.
She's like, no,
My
no.
mother, her
It's like, can
siblings.
you tell me something first time? I was
You
like,
know,
ah,
I get a
yeah.
phone call a few months
You're
ago.
done here.
This aunt beat up this uncle. You know, they're siblings, and they're in their 70s. And my mom's like, "Can you believe it?" Yes, I absolutely can believe it.
Absolutely can believe it. I don't see how any other way it would go.
Because usually
If these
when
people have never had
someone is
proper intervention as to how we can get
abusive,
this
they're
reached out.
abusive to everybody.
It's
Not
a
just
big,
one.
big nut to crack.
Like,
Yes, but what you're doing here is huge. I mean, and just you know, I follow you on Instagram, and just listening to you explain things when you live it, but you don't have the names for it.
That's right, yeah.
So it feels like you're the only one who's living it. So it feels very lonely, confusing, all these things. So to have that and to have you spell it out is so helpful. And
Well, I just think
I think that that's something that is really such a useful tool.
No, I appreciate that.
Dom,
And I
dom,
think
yeah.
it takes me back to something you
I'm
said, because I
good.
think it's just an important thing for people to hear. That idea that family gatherings, families that have this, that there is these intergenerational cycles, is actually where this often does happen. It could be a grandparent, it could be an uncle, it could be an older cousin, somebody you're not
Yeah,
usually seeing, and then
brother-in-law.
they come into these family gatherings, and then there's a lot of chaos,
Mhm.
right? So it's funny, we're seeing this from
Only
people's
chaos in
right?
my
If you were
family.
ever at a large gathering of people, and
There
there's a swimming
isn't
pool,
chaos
and you've
because
got a
it
child,
means something worth
the
coming.
only responsibility you have that day is to have your child. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And I think some people say, well, that's good.
Domino effect.
If that seems strange, you're protecting your child.
No.
And it doesn't mean you don't leave the house, but it does mean that once you bring a child into the world, you have a single goal in the world, and that is to keep that child safe in every means that is within your power. And I think that's one thing I've very, very much learned from your story. Is it's that those kinds of awarenesses in large groups. I think it's a really important thing you had pointed out. What has worked for you in terms of healing?
Journaling,
right.
writing your feelings down, validating yourself, being with someone who validates you.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
my
but,
husband,
like,
it
doesn't
took him time with
fucking-
me. It's not like we got together and it was this perfect thing. When we first got together, I was still having a lot of flashbacks and body memories, and I had to sort of have that conversation with him. Okay, during this time, I might just need to be alone. So we got really good at him saying, okay, do you need me here, or do you need to be alone? Do you want me to walk out of the room? Like, what do you need right now? And from the moment he heard my story, he always was confused as to why I talked to my family. That was always his question. How can you talk to your parents? How do you talk to your parents? But he never not supported every decision that I made and every step that I made to get where I am now. So he never belittled me for talking to my mom or my dad or my siblings. And he would come with me and support me. And what I soon realized is that I needed him around when I was around my family, which made me realize that I wasn't safe around my family.
Yeah.
Because I needed somebody safe with me to feel safe around my family. And he let me figure that out on my own. And that was necessary because I wouldn't have been able to do it with him telling me to do it, because I would have resented and felt like he told me to do this thing and I did this thing. I had to learn it on my own. I think you just have to be really forgiving of yourself. And it's such a cliche to say, it's not your fault. Everyone always says that. It's so easy to say that. It doesn't mean you don't feel like it's your fault.
Correct, exactly. And, it's to never spend time with anyone who wants to, magnify that belief that, well, of course it was your fault, or why didn't you leave, or whatever nonsense people come up with. But there is no magic eraser where people say, this wasn't your fault.
Yes, and I think recognizing who isn't safe in your life on any level, and that doesn't mean sexual abuse.
No.
It just means that you leave their house and you don't feel fulfilled, or you don't feel those are the people that shouldn't be in your life.
Yeah, that's a huge one. And I think that when we say safety, I do think a lot of people do think of frank abuse. Like, well, they didn't hit me or abuse. I said, no. Exactly what you said. When you leave that encounter, and some people experience that as a depletion, as an exhaustion, as a, I don't feel like myself. It's almost like that you're not fully like snapped into you. Pay attention to that. You know, your book's remarkable. Everyone, you have to read this book. It's so good. I mean, I'm not just saying it because Kimberly's here, because if Kimberly said I'm not coming on your show, she could have easily done.
I would have not done that.
I would have been so blessed to have read this book. I think it's a great book, not only for anyone who survived trauma, but who loves somebody who's been through trauma and often is not sure, how can I reach them? How can I be there for them? How can I be present with them? I think it's also a real gift. If you fall in love with someone who's experienced that, or love a dear friend or family member.
I appreciate you and just validating me and my story, and you have no idea how much it means to me. So
I appreciate you so much. I'm honored by your willingness to bring your story to this platform so we could talk about it. You know, people talk about trauma and it sometimes doesn't always hit the tone, if you will. And I think that this is very real. It's very raw. You don't make it sound like, 5 easy steps. There are no 5 easy steps. Some days are hard. Some days are nightmares. Some days are good. But it also doesn't mean that you don't find love. It doesn't mean you can't be a wonderful mother. Your daughter sounds amazing. It sounds like she's inherited a lot of instincts you never got to express, and you've created safety. That's all the pay it forward one could ever hope for in this life. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Here are my takeaways from my conversation with Kimberly. First, the Crimes Against Children Research Center reports that 1 in 5 girls is a victim of child sexual abuse. And the Department of Justice reports that in 93% of cases, the perpetrator is known to the child. What happened to Kimberly is unforgivable and tragically all too common. The harms of child sexual abuse reverberate throughout a person's life. Kimberly shared some of this in her story. We see a permanent loss of trust and sense of safety in the world, impacts on her peer relationships, difficulties in school, physical harm, difficulties in adult relationships, and a wide range of psychiatric fallout, including complex post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, self-harm, eating disorders, and substance use. When a child is sexually abused, it changes the trajectory of their life. And when we consider that so many children are not believed, that re-traumatization magnifies all of this fallout. In my next takeaway, Kimberly was incredibly honest and shared that when her grandfather died when she was 11, her emotion was relief, and she recalled feeling dissociated during his funeral. It's a day when people were supposed to be sad, and her family, so good at playing at appearances, did just that. But I'm grateful to her for sharing her relief on that day. It is an emotion to share, and that can bring up internal conflict, even though it is normal to feel relieved when a perpetrator dies. For our next takeaway, family systems which shroud abusers and don't protect children allow self-interest and status quo to be valued over the safety of children. She cited Dr. Gabor Mate, who noted that the deeper trauma above and beyond the abuse was not being protected. In Kimberly's case, it was a complex net of multiple traumatized adult family members and other members of the community who benefited from their alliance with her grandfather. Silence was kept in place by fear and Dr. Fried's concept of betrayal blindness. To see it meant the system came crashing down. Another punishment that these kinds of systems use is ostracism, and they will close out anyone who dares speak out. Kimberly took back some of that power by going no contact, but it took her a long time to get there. For other systems out there, this operates in different ways, but the message is often clear, especially to children. If you speak out, the fallout could be worse than what you are enduring. In this next takeaway, While Kimberly's family system was more congruent with a psychopathic family system, a remorseless, brutalizing, and abusive patriarch in the form of her grandfather, these kinds of harmful systems often have a truth teller within the system. It was once her aunt, and in the next generation, it was Kimberly. And by speaking the truth of the system, she was labeled a drama queen, which is a form of gaslighting designed to silence and pathologize women and girls who see it clearly. In my next takeaway, going back to betrayal blindness again, Kimberly experienced intergenerational betrayal blindness. Her story of the communion dress is a clear example of that. Their lack of acknowledgement of what had happened and her family engaging in behaviors that revealed that unseeing of what had happened. However, in this case, when betrayal blindness is happening within multiple people, it is deeply invalidating and magnified Kimberly's pain and sense of distance from her family. For our next takeaway, there is a day when a survivor of intrafamilial abuse has to protect their own children. The catalyst for this can come in many ways. In Kimberly's case, it was the exclusion of her daughter from an activity with cousins. Many survivors who are not protected face a call to action when it is their own child. There is also a recognition of how different a trauma survivor's experience may be from their own child's. Kimberly captured this eloquently when she talked about the pain behind my eyes that my daughter does not have. These intergenerational cycles can be broken, but many generations often have to suffer to get there. For our next takeaway, even though Kimberly had been making the choices to distance and disengage from her family, there are the ongoing griefs that often never quite dissipate. As she started achieving her success professionally and writing her book, she just wanted her family's validation and pride. Family is often the first place many people want to share their successes. We are eternally that child holding up the good grade or picture we drew and wanting to be seen. Even when people have mentally quit their families, that emotional and primal pullback can remain, and working it through is the hard work of healing from trauma. As Kimberly put it, she says we must let go of what is pulling us back. And in our last takeaway, a recap of what Kimberly said worked for her is an overview of what works in healing from any form of trauma. A good therapist whom you trust and who gets it, journaling and writing, being with people who validate you and protect you, and self-forgiveness. No matter how severe the trauma, there can be a path forward, but it is often a circuitous and painful process to get there. This podcast should not be used as a substitute for medical or mental health advice. Individuals are advised to seek independent medical advice, counseling, and/or therapy from a healthcare professional with respect to any medical condition, mental health issue, or health inquiry, including matters discussed on this podcast. This episode discusses abuse, which may be triggering to some people. The views and opinions expressed are solely those of the podcast author or individuals participating in the podcast, and do not represent the opinions of Red Table Talk Productions, iHeartMedia, or their employees.
So if I can be curious, not that the next thing I want to do is the next best thing, or that it's going to be the perfect thing, but if I can just be curious about a way of living that's not mine, but curiosity is the gateway to a new belief, and it's much easier to flow with curiosity than it is to suddenly go, I can believe something different.
Can you figure out if you're dating a narcissist? That question comes up all the time, and you are about to find out that it's the wrong question.
No.
After the thousands of videos and content and social media posts that talk about the biggest red flags and the 5 signs that you're dating a narcissist. Turns out it may not be the right approach. Today, we are going to hear from one of the best dating and relationships experts in the business, Matthew Hussey. If you don't know Matthew, he is a New York Times best-selling author and has the #1 dating advice channel in the world. His YouTube videos have been viewed more than 470 million times, and his content reaches more than 10 million followers weekly. He is also the host of the podcast Love Life.
This is Pluto TV country. We grow couch potatoes. My great-great-grandfather there, he's the one that founded this farm. Back in his day, they had to use radio. Couch potatoes grow big and strong when you feed them a diet of variety. They love Pluto TV.
With Matthew Hussey. Today, we're going to hear his perspective and belief that by putting all of your effort into trying to avoid another toxic relationship, you may be missing what he believes is the real antidote, which is focusing on you. Giving yourself permission to hold standards for yourself and slowing way down. And we will also talk about why this is uniquely difficult for survivors of narcissistic relationships. Matthew's a good friend, and it is a pleasure to welcome him here on Navigating Narcissism. We're here with Matthew Hussey. Matthew, welcome. It's so nice to have you here. What a great way to kick off this second season.
I'm so honored and happy to be here. I've done many kind of podcasts in my life, but this is a special one for me to be able to team up with you.
Well, it's so nice to have you. I thought when I woke up this morning, I thought, I have a friend coming on today, and these conversations we've had in sort of bits and pieces. We've had them, to your community, but we've never had one that's, I think, all entirely focused on, what I really consider is dating in the era of narcissism, where it seems to be so ubiquitous. We've talked a lot about the back end of these stories. What happens when relationships become toxic? What happens to people? But what we don't talk about is sort of the front end. And so that's what I'd love for us to talk about, to hear from you, a dating expert who's not only worked with thousands of women, and I know a lot of women have really been transformed by your advice, but what's compelling to me is you've also worked with thousands of men. How are you helping them navigate these waters from, there's toxic people there. So what are you telling them is the most efficient way to pick out toxic patterns early on when they meet someone new?
I would almost start with a first principle, which is that we have to stop trying to become these razor sharp experts all the time immediately within minutes or hours of knowing someone, what their nature is. And actually, to be honest, kind of maybe a little bit give up on that idea. The problem is the moment we get arrogant about how great we are at deciding how wonderful everyone else is. We love saying about ourselves, I'm a wonderful judge of character. I think I'm a great judge of character, and man, have I got it wrong in my life. When I even take my business, I have made hires that I'm convinced are going to be so great. They in every way, they seem to pass the checks, the interview is amazing, and I'm convinced this is going to be great, and I sell the team on them. And that's the hard part. I sell the team on them. This person's going to be great. And then they turn out not to be competent, or they turn out to have an issue once it gets hard, once it actually becomes difficult, once the reality of the job sets in. It's really humbling for me how wrong I can be. I always remember those moments because I always remind myself that, firstly, we don't know. Even, by the way, calling someone's references is a much better way to know. And it's always shocking to me still how these days, how few of us actually do call people's references. But even when we call people's references, we rarely get the truth from those references. We rarely get the real difficult parts of that relationship and why that person may have been let go, or why the relationship didn't work out, why they're no longer working for that company. And in dating, we don't even get references.
No. Can you imagine if we did, though? Can you imagine if you could call references when you were dating someone? Oh, what a world.
It would be extraordinary if you really got an insight, but we don't. And so we're relying on, in the beginning, probably a dating profile for a lot of people these days, or a first meeting, or a first date. And it really tells you very little about the relationship. It tells you a lot about how fun someone is to spend an hour or two with, how charming they are, and even certain things that we might say are good indicators. You might say, well, this person is a great listener, because I always think that the one kind of caricatured way of looking at a narcissist on a date is that a narcissist is more worried about being impressive than they are being impressed by you. They want to show you how great they are. I always say narcissists will give you the date of your life. You will have the most amazing time, and you'll come away screaming about how wonderful it was.
Right.
But that's because they impressed you, most likely. It's because there's something about them and the show they put on that was really exciting. So you could say, okay, well, then you really have to say who's impressed by me, who's a good listener, who actually asks me questions. And that's certainly a tick, but it's also something that people can do when they know how to make you like them even more. If I'm a good listener, and if I ask you lots of questions about yourself and I'm engrossed, then I also know that that's going to have a big impact on you. So I think I guess the punchline is that character, true character, the kind of character we're looking for, is the right values over time. And time is what you do not have early on when you're making those judgments. And that's why I almost think we have to let go of this idea that we're so razor sharp at judging people and instead say, I don't know.
I haven't heard anyone say it quite that way. And I love that idea of we've got to get over this idea of us being this expert and great judge of character from the jump for a couple of reasons. I can say as recently as the last few months, the mistakes I've made on people I let on. We aren't for that. I want to get to in a minute. But by putting this onus on people, if you should be able to pick this up, because I get that question all the time. Dr. Ramani, tell us 5 things to look for on the first date. I'm like, it's early. Like, do they scream at the valet? I don't know, And so, but I think that what you've even done is even lifted that pressure off of someone like me who's being asked an impossible question. Because what it does is it lifts the shame from people who say, why didn't I pick up on all these red flags on the first date? Now, when you back construct it, 1 or 2 years in, they'll say, oh, some of the stuff was right there on the first date. But again, we're really good at retrospectively putting pieces together. It's really hard in real time when you yourself are also in a state of sort of heightened, like, who is this person? I'm learning about them. You can't be the expert. And I think that's actually very freeing for people to hear that it is, you cannot be sort of narcissism detective or toxic detective or anything like that on a first date. It's just, it's a ridiculous ask.
100%. And it also can turn us into a person we don't want to be. Right. Essentially just a detective for red flags.
Yeah.
That's not a version of us we want to be. It doesn't make us a compelling person to spend time with. It makes us someone who's constantly kind of squinting and flinching and looking at everyone's move and trying to extrapolate that out.
Right.
And I prefer to be a little less judgmental in a way, but also a little less quick to decide how wonderful someone is. Kind of almost have fun, be in the moment, enjoy the date. I'm not saying to someone be unromantic about the date itself. Have that great time. But we have to have ways of checking ourselves and kind of letting some of that pressure out afterwards, so that it's almost like we blow off, we like have to burn off a bit of that energy that's been created sometimes, because it's a potent mix. When we want to find love, add in some excitement at having met someone you have a connection with, add in a little insecurity, add in some scarcity that you haven't met anyone you liked in a while, and you have a very potent mix. You are no longer a neutral judge of this situation. And so I think that people have to say, we'll see is a magical phrase. We'll see. Your friends will ask you, how was the date? And you say, oh my God, it was such a great date. And he did this and he did that and they did this. And your friends will say, oh my God. And they'll amp you up even more. Your friends are dangerous. Because they then amp you up. And there has to be to me, we'll see captures it perfectly. It doesn't say I'm pessimistic. It just says, I don't know what I don't know. Could this become something? Yeah, maybe, we'll see. Is this person as wonderful as I hope they are? Yeah, we'll see.
Right. So it's pacing, because you're talking now about something that I talk a lot about in narcissistic relationships, which is discernment. Right. So, and discernment is that part between not constantly looking for red flags, but also not getting almost sort of drunk on the wonderfulness of it all. It's finding that middle ground where you're saying, basically, slow your roll a little bit. Like, take it slow, take it in, enjoy the goodness. Don't feel like you have to be a detective, but also give yourself time to be discerning. But if we take our time with anything.
So what now? Birth charts, obviously. Leo Moon, Sag Sun, Sag Rising, Virgo Mercury, Pisces Mars. Exhale emoji.
So hot. Meet cutes happen every day on Tinder. Just not like they do in the movies.
Dry eyes ruining the moment? Get fast relief with Hydra Sense Eye Drops. Made with a naturally sourced lubricant that works to attract and retain moisture. Hydra Sense Eye Drops.
We are going to learn a lot more about it. And there is a rush. I think people feel a rush to feel.
Yes, and look, I've met friends in the last 48 hours, new people that I really, really like and impressed with, and I'm impressed with. And in some cases, I'm a little kind of almost intimidated by, because they've done such wonderful things in their life. And they, I feel that urge in me. I feel the teenage Matthew kind of rise up and go, I want to be liked so badly by this person. I think they're great. I like who they are. They have a wonderful way about them. I want this person to like me. And I, perpetrator as anyone of like putting out red flag videos, because, in our world we do it. But I almost worry that sometimes we create so many red flags that we're in danger of labeling ourselves a red flag. Because I'm like, with all these different red flags I put out there, at some point I'm going to be accused of one of these things. And one of the ways that I almost sense that I become a red flag is like that moment where I get really excited about someone. I know I'm liable to text them and gush in ways that maybe aren't organic to how well we know each other yet, or how much this person has actually done, And in that moment, I speed up the relationship at an inorganic pace.
Interesting.
And so I think what happens, we sometimes can be as much a part of that dynamic as somebody else. I know you talk a lot about love bombing. What about when we're doing a little love bombing? Like when we're the ones out of insecurity and liking someone so much, that are so worried about getting someone to like us that we overdo it and we try to speed the relationship up. I think one of the things that's really wonderful about what we're talking about here, which is the kind of we'll see approach, which is more measured, is that there are multiple wins you get out of it. One win is you don't steam headfirst into a relationship or a dynamic with someone that isn't earned, that is going to make them possibly take advantage of you, or you be blindsided by qualities you didn't know were there. But the other win that you get from it is that it's actually more attractive. Because when someone recognizes that you are not someone who has immediately decided this person is the newest best friend you must have in your life, and that you'll say anything to get closer to them, which then really, in their eyes, lowers your value. Because they're like, oh, I don't have an equal here, I have a fan.
Right, so that's taking me, though. Okay, so I don't have an equal here, I don't have a fan. That works for some people. They like having a fan. They want a fan. They want to be in a relationship with a fan, right? So that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey. If you're with somebody who's saying, I actually am looking for an equal, that's great, because that relationship then, if it gets chance to take root, it could really have some potential. But because more than a few people out there are looking for fans, they're looking for a supply, they're looking for validation, that early response. And what you're talking about in many ways sounds like something that's called the fawn response.
Hello?
It's actually a sympathetic nervous
My
system
computer's
response
dying.
meant to foster attachment, right? So Pete Walker and other people who sort of talk about trauma and attachment talk about is what you're saying, trying to win someone over. By winning someone over, and then feel safe. It's all about safety seeking, because that's the other thing I think we forget. I mean, again, I often take things down to brass tacks, which is sort of trauma, attachment, safety. It's all about safety, right? So in that first date, in any number of ways, a person is seeking safety, which is where your distinction between being impressive and being impressed starts to get real tricky. Because for many people when we go on a date, the thing on our back, the accessory we forget we're wearing, is our entire life. And for people who've had histories, even childhood histories of invalidation or being just minimized, mocked, criticized, dismissed, you go into that date and someone's trying to be impressive. That's something that is in the moment feels so restorative, because in that moment when someone's trying to be impressive, you feel so seen. Even though you want them to be impressed by you, that's not even on the radar of somebody who grew up like that, right? You're like, oh my gosh, this person did these things for me. The idea of someone doing for someone is remarkable. So then they feel seen. Now they're gushing, oh my gosh, I'm really into this person. I'm your fan. If you have a personality style where you're looking more for a fan than you are looking for equality, I'm starting to see how this boulder tumbles down the hill.
Yes.
And that's so what we're bringing into that first date of what we need and how we need to be seen and how we need to feel safe is, how do you think about that when you're guiding people through dating and understanding that we do have and we have holes we're trying to fill, because that's what we often try to do. How do you guide people through that?
If I have an anxious attachment style, after the date, I want to text you and for you to text me back in 10 seconds. Otherwise, I'm going to be anxious. And if you don't text me back for an hour or two, it's going to make me feel unsafe, and you don't like me, and I like you more than you like me, and so on. And I think then what we do is we respond to that by doing more of that thing, by giving into that anxious style. So I want to text you more now and chase up on you, and maybe even tell you that I think you're out of line for not texting me back so quickly, or you're not doing enough. I think one thing that can help us is actually starting with the end in mind in terms of the kind of relationship we want.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was feeling secure in a relationship, what kind of relationship would I want to have? For example, there's a moment in the series The Office where Jim, he's actually not someone who gets jealous. Pam is off studying.
Anywhere.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And he sits at the bar with Pam's ex, who is a kind of hot-headed, jealous male, controlling. And when he hears that Pam's been out till 3 a.m. and left Jim a voice note on like late one night, he says to Jim, doesn't that concern you? That would concern me, that she's out late in New York hanging out with new people. And it puts this thing in Jim's mind. For the first time, he's not even like that, but it infects him with this idea. The next thing you know, Jim is in the car, driving to New York late at night. He's like, I'm going to go and find out what's going on. And, you know, he gets a little way into his drive, and all of a sudden he says, you know what? And he turns the car around. And he says, no, because that is not me, and that is not our relationship. And to me, that was such a powerful moment, because what it did, talking about almost putting the power back in our own hands, he took accountability for creating the kind of relationship he wanted to be in. In other words, his safety was not going to come from showing up and finding out that she wasn't doing anything. His safety was going to come from being a leader in creating the kind of relationship he wanted. Now, if she didn't live up to that standard, that's a different thing. If he later found out that right now he was going to be a leader in creating the kind of relationship that he wants. So if you project forward into the kind of relationship that is your ideal relationship, and it's not one where when your partner goes to the bathroom, you're checking their phone.
Did you know that most people get stuck on their path to financial abundance, not because of a lack of work ethic or a lack of ambition, but instead because of subconscious programming that's been installed in their brain that's actually keeping them stuck in the same place? It's true. And if you give me just 30 seconds, I can explain. My name is Quasi Joe here, and there was a time in my life not too long ago where I felt hopelessly, miserably stuck. Now, I don't mean that I had a bad life. I had a job, a roof over my head, and enough food to eat. I was able to provide for myself. But I felt like something was fundamentally missing. It felt like I was destined for more abundance, more happiness, more joy, more love, but I didn't know how to attract it into my reality. I heard of the law of attraction before, and I'd spent a lot of time thinking about what my dream life would have, but it seemed no matter how hard I tried, I wasn't able to have my big breakthrough. That was until one day I learned about a simple but powerful practice that once I implemented it, it allowed me to quit my full-time job, start $1 million business, marry the love of my life, and spend every single day doing things that ignited my passion for life again. This practice is called identity shifting, and it's a simple but powerful way of determining exactly what is holding you back from the things that you want in life, whether it's wealth, health, love, happiness, peace of mind, anything, and removing these blocks once and for all, allowing you to attract abundance, prosperity, and happiness. The way I want you to think of it is that your mind is like a computer, the world's most powerful supercomputer. And just like a computer, your mind runs on programming that dictates the thoughts that you have, the actions that you take, and as a result, the reality that you ultimately live. Now, as we go through the trials of life, we have programming installed in our mind from childhood by our parents, from our friends, family members, colleagues at work, romantic partners, who all contribute to the way our mental computer operates and how it shapes our path in life. The problem is, not all of the programming that runs in your mind is designed to help you create the life that you truly want for yourself. Because many of us, as we go through life, have a bad experience that our mind records into our programming as a way of protecting us and shielding us from future pain. Our mind replays these old memories, fears, and doubts, keeping yourself in a place of safety, but also limiting your potential. Now, with the practice of identity shifting, we are able to quickly and easily delete these limiting beliefs and in their place install new, positive programming that is meant to create the life that you truly desire. It's through this practice that I have not only been able to create my dream life, but also I've been able to teach over 1,000 people how to do the same for themselves. Take Louise, for example, a mother of 3 who was let go from a long-time corporate job. She was able to grow her business to $30K a month while unlocking more time freedom, which now allows her to spend more time with her kids. Take Tia. She went from $300K in debt, working 2 full-time jobs and 80 hours a week when she started working with us, to now making a multi-6-figure income while working less. Or take Precious, who finally ended the cycle of attracting toxic partners and attracted her dream man and got engaged to him. Now, if you want to learn more about this practice of identity shifting, you're in luck, because I've just put together a free case study on exactly how this practice works and how you can implement it in your own life as soon as possible. All you have to do is click on the link around this video and you'll be directed to a page where you can enter in your name and email and can access this free case study and start watching it right away. Now, during this case study, you'll not only learn how you can start using this practice of identity shifting to create your dream life, but also see real-world examples of students of mine that have achieved their wildest dreams using this exact same practice. So click on one of the links around this video. You'll just be prompted to enter your name and email, and I promise you, it's going to be amazing.
Don't check their phone now. If your ideal relationship is one where someone can actually go off the radar for 5 hours or 10 hours or whatever, and you feel fine, you feel great because there's no anxiety there. You know they love you. You know they care about you. You know they're loyal. If my partner, and this relationship has been a beautiful one for me, because my partner, if she disappeared for 24 hours, as long as she sent me a text saying I'm safe, I would not have jealous feelings. I would not have anxiety. I wouldn't wonder what she's up to, right? And now if that's the relationship you want to be in, start with behaviors that build that kind of relationship, because that relationship is a representation of the kind of relationship where you actually feel safe. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't mean obviously start giving the amount of energy that you would if you were in a full-blown relationship with this person. Right. It means do the things in the beginning that imply you're going to have a healthy relationship with this person. Mm-hmm. If the cadence of what they do, if the standard they give you or the respect they give you quickly reveals itself to be one that isn't in line with that, that then becomes a conversation. And we can talk all about this, but I think there's different ways of having the conversation depending on how early it is. Yeah. Because there's a way to wade in too aggressively, or in a way sometimes even too seriously when you don't know someone very well. But to me, rather than following your style, follow the moves that would create the kind of safe relationship you actually want to be in. Model the behavior of the relationship you want to be in. And that means, by the way, if you date someone, if you go on 2 dates with someone and you haven't heard from them in the last couple of days, reach out to them first and ask them how they're doing and how their day is. Model the kind of communication you want to see from them instead of just being led by what they're doing.
Right there, you're nailing into something that I hear from clients I work with in therapy. So I'll work with young clients, not even always young clients. Sometimes clients post divorce they're dating. I know I'm not supposed to text them. They should be texting me. How long should I wait before I text back? Yeah, I'm not a dating expert. I'm like, how long? I mean, and I'm saying what you're saying. Like, if you want to communicate with them. No, then I'm going to feel needy. Shouldn't they be chasing me? I said, why would they? Why? And I'll often be quite perplexed. And I think from a more of a, again, maintaining your identity and a healthy sense of self, I'm hitting it, but what you're saying though, let's face it, and tell me if I'm wrong, isn't the prevailing wisdom you need to wait, that if you text too soon, the whole thing's going to go away, bringing it back to this narcissism topic. nobody plays the game better than narcissistic people, because they're often setting the rules for the game, moving the goalposts all over the game. In fact, they're changing the game. You think you're playing soccer, then it's rugby, and then it's basketball. And so it's just shifting all the time. They get to be the shifter. And so you have someone who's coming in with the best of intentions. I'm going to try to make this relationship be the way I want. I know what I want this to be. I want it to be trusting. I want it to be collaborative. I want it to feel safe and secure. And now someone is, and they're saying, and now they text them, and then there's silence, because for that other person, let's say it is a game for them, or they can't be bothered. They're just, at that point, they don't want to do this dance. I have a feeling I know your answer, but I'm hitting this from where I think a lot of people are saying, that's not been my experience, and I was told not to text back.
Yeah.
So help us understand that, Matthew, because in a way I'm thinking of every client who's ever asked me this question, and now I get to go back with the answer. So tell us.
I feel like I have so many different ways of coming at this, so I'll maybe come at it from a couple of different angles. Firstly, attraction is a dance, and you can't be the same person in the dance. You can't make the same step all the time. If in salsa you step backwards, the next thing is your turn to step forwards. It's not step backwards and then step backwards again. And then when they do something, step backwards again, and just keep being slightly out of reach. And just that's not a fun dance. Not for a confident person. An insecure man, or a man with problems that he needs to fix, he will keep pursuing you in that dance, but you're attracting a dance partner you shouldn't be trying to attract. So if you step back last time, it's kind of your turn to step forwards. And if you step forward last time, it's kind of your turn to step back and create space and allow them to step forward now. But people don't do that in the dance. They do one or the other. They step backward. I'm going to just keep them chasing. Which, by the way, I've had dates in my life where I got to the end of the date and I truly had no idea if this person liked me. None. Other than that they said yes to a date, I had no idea by the end of the day. I just left the date thinking they definitely aren't interested. And then somewhere along the way, later on, I'd find out they were disappointed I didn't ask them on another date. I'd be like, I had no indication of that whatsoever. So that's like an example of someone who's never stepping forward. But then there are people who say, under the label of I'm proactive, they step forwards and the guy maybe texts back. But then the next day, they step forwards again and they text him. And the guy texts back maybe, but then the next day they text again. So they're the one keep making the step. They go, why is it I always text him first? He never texts me first.
Yeah.
You're always stepping forward.
Got it.
And you there's no rhythm. There's no rhythm to this. So that's a big problem in that.
Some of the work you've done, there's great videos about this. It's in your book. I find it so compelling and also so challenging in sort of the narcissism landscape, which is this idea of standards, which, Matthew, I think is some of the most important stuff you put out there, because what you say about standards isn't just about dating. It's about any human relationship we enter into, a friendship, in the workplace, everything. And that's what you're sort of that's where you're getting to with this is there is a standard you set for yourself. You're not even saying that there's a uniform set of standards. You're saying there is a standard. In many ways, it's the standard you hold yourself to, the standard you'd hold others to, and it's a standard you'd hold a relationship that you'd want to be in. And that seems to be what you're saying. If a person has had a backstory where they have felt chronically devalued for any number of reasons, how do they start developing that sense of standard? Because without that, Matthew, if you do not, even with that sense of standard, it's hard to date in a world where there might be some invalidating, toxic, antagonistic people. Even with those standards, without them, I mean, it's a bloodbath. So where do those standards come from? How are people supposed to cultivate them, especially, like I said, if they've had legacy issues, family of origin issues, trauma, other stuff that I know people listening to this podcast are saying, my backstory doesn't set me up to set standards.
Whenever you talk about standards, self-worth always comes into the mix as a conversation.
A hug can change their world. Huggies helps you change the rest. Huggies.
Right? Oh, you don't love yourself enough, so you don't have standards. And there's always like that becomes kind of the heart of the conversation. And I'm not saying that's false. I think that's absolutely true. You can attack the standards question from a confidence perspective, right? But you also have to attack it and understand it. The perspective of the reality of what you know. There are things that we all learn early on that are as much to do with simply what we know as they are to do with confidence. Confidence almost brings it into a more emotive world, as opposed to a world of just, this is what I understand, this is what I've seen, this is what I've experienced in my life, so I don't know a different way.
This is a good place to talk about trauma bonding. Trauma bonding is the conflation of chaos and love, of inconsistency with excitement, and of having to prove yourself and keep justifying another person's unhealthy or downright toxic behavior. A major originator of the trauma bond is familiarity. When something feels familiar, even if it is unhealthy, it can feel safe, comfortable. And just as we may have done in childhood, we may associate that unhealthy behavior.
I've experienced a different set of rules. To me, this is how the world is. And I think that even when we logically can see that other people are having a different experience than we're having, or that their relationship seems to follow a different set of rules, when it comes to our own life, the emotional reality is what we have experienced. I see it like when someone comes out of a relationship, let's say with a narcissist, there is a complete, that person doesn't have reference points for what healthy looks like, for the fact that they can be a different way, and for the fact that if they are a different way, it will actually get a different result. That's all unmapped territory. So what we have to understand is that if you've never stuck up for yourself and you've not been taught that, then that is such unknown territory.
Yes, it is.
That doing it is alien. And the idea that if you do it, it will actually produce a better result, either short term or long term, is you have no reference points for a belief to set there. So for me, a huge thing that I think there are two big solutions. One is to recognize that doing what we've been doing makes us not just miserable, but creates a kind of living hell for us. And one of the reasons that people get out finally is because that living hell has become too much. Their life has become so chaotic, they have lost so much. Their life has been blown up to the point where this hell is no longer, I cannot stay here a day longer. And so this thing that I've been so terrified of doing, which is leaving, suddenly becomes the better option. My worst fear has finally become the better option. So when someone does that, I think one of the problems we have in upholding standards is that the hell that made us move in the first place starts to drift, and we lose connection with the pain of it. And when we lose connection with the pain of it, we start to reconsider tolerating the very kinds of behavior that with a new person that landed us in that hell in the first place. So I actually think that if people can find mechanisms for reconnecting to that, they don't actually need confidence You don't need confidence if your hand is in a flame. You just get your hand out of the flame.
Right.
So there's connecting with the heat of the flame, so that you do something not because you feel so worthy, but because you go, I just know. And then we start to build confidence on top of that slowly by beginning to get someone to the point where they can take small actions that create little reference points for the fact that life can be different. And I think that is a magical and subtle place to be, is just all you need is an opening in life, is to know that you just need a curiosity that my way of existing and how I've lived and what I've put up with is not the only way in the world, because everyone else doesn't just live like that. So if I can be curious, not that the next thing I'm going to do is the next best thing, or that it's going to be the perfect thing, but if I can just be curious about a way of living that's not mine, but curiosity is the gateway to a new belief, and it's much easier to flow with curiosity than it is to suddenly go, I can believe something different.
Being curious and holding space for the idea that it can be different is actually something that really does come out of not only the thinking on self-compassion, Kristen Neff's work in that area, but it even is something we see in a model of therapy we call acceptance and commitment therapy, where it's this idea of it's the fancy term, but it's cognitive diffusion. It's splitting yourself away from your thoughts. We become our okay, and people who've gone through narcissistic relationships do become their thoughts. They become fused to their thoughts. The diffusion becomes you're not your thoughts, and to be open that there can be a different one. I'm going to push you on the standards conversation, because we're going to talk about the Dr. Romani of it all. To say that I'm a dating disaster would actually be a kind characterization of how I went through this. Whatever less than zero standards were is me. I would go into these relationships thinking that if I did not yield on everything, if I did not do everything on their schedule, on their time frame, I'm going to lose this person, because why would they hang around? And I am replaceable. Now, when I think about that, because even as you're talking, I'm like, girl, where your absolute utter lack of standards. I know where it came from. I had legacy issues around narcissism. Really, the sense was, we're not going to see you, we're not going to recognize you, you're not important. Okay, part of that's cultural, Matthew. Okay, I grew up in a culture at a time when having a girl was a bad thing. When I was an infant, presented to members of the family, they actually mocked my mother for having a daughter. So I truly believe that this early stuff gets wired. I was bad because I was a girl. And the real belief was, who's really going to have you? I was a brown girl in this culture, which I believed, again, it's a different time. I'm quite a bit older than you. So I wasn't attractive. So nobody was going to want me. People in my own culture weren't going to want me because I was getting too old. I was too weird. I was too overweight. Pick something. So if somebody gave me even a little bit of attention, I was going to do anything. Oh, drive 2 hours? Of course I'll drive 2 hours. Wait 3 hours? Of course I'll wait 3 hours. Oh, you're actually going to pay for dinner? Well, I better do anything you ask me to. Okay? Until the very relationship I'm in. I had no standards at the beginning. That relationship largely ended up working out. We're still together. I read your book recently to prepare for the podcast. I had an argument with him. Like, I didn't have standards with you. And he's like, what do you want me to do about it now? And, and so, but here's my point, is that zero standards, multiple narcissistic relationships that devastated me, that changed my emotional DNA. I don't trust. I struggle in making new friends, and all of that. And I know the people who listen to this podcast had very similar experiences. It wasn't one relationship. This was a lifetime of this. Where do we begin? So, I understand that. And the idea that it could be different. That was less of even something to be open to rather than like a remote hope. Could it be different? It was a question rather than a possibility. That's what I'd love to hear you unpack a little bit more of. And again, that's why I'm putting myself out there, because this isn't an ephemeral question, Matthew. I live this. I know I still really don't have standards, so much so I happen to love the person I'm with very much. But if that thing blew up, and it could blow up, I mean, I think we have to be aware that could. I've committed to myself I couldn't do it again, because I actually am not convinced. I feel like it's so wired in me to not have that. And I'm lucky that anyone pays attention to me. So I don't trust myself. I've overcorrected. Walk us through that.
What makes Special K Vanilla Almond so special? The 12 flavors of almonds. What about the real almonds with that sweet vanilla flavor? Or do good things just come in threes? Special K, special for a reason.
Advil plus acetaminophen. Ibuprofen targets pain. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals.
A good starting point is to redefine for ourselves what a win is.
Okay.
I made a video on my YouTube channel recently that was standards related, and there was a comment there that really kind of made me pause for a moment. This woman said, I have tried having standards, and all this meant is me not finding anyone. Bigger. So I've settled for casual because I'm not getting any younger, and it means I get to have something instead of nothing. And I'd rather at least have something that I can enjoy.
Okay, this sounds like my soul sister. I'm telling
Really?
you, like, I feel that in that. Maybe I wrote that comment. I actually didn't, but I kind of wish I did, because it's that good. That right there, what you're hearing, I'm hearing hundreds of times a day from the people who listen to what I put out there, which are, I do want love, I want companionship, I want to be alone forever, but if the minute I actually put the line in the sand, as it were, and not even a line in the sand, but really expect engagement at a healthy level, it all goes away. So I'm just going
shut
to,
the front
so
door.
it's either die alone, lady with cat, or it's, so I'm so glad that person made that comment, because that's exactly what I hear from people asking about these issues.
And if you're ultimately, if anyone in a position of coaching is treating that comment flippantly, then they're not a thinking person.
Right.
Because that is one of the kind of existential dilemmas of life, I think, is that we're not going to be here forever. We have a limited amount of time. We're all trying to be happy. We're all trying to enjoy it. We're all trying to find some love, some version of love, some version of connection. And some people's reality is feeling like, I had standards because, and you kind of know, with some people, you had a standard because you had a whole world of people waiting for you over here. You had a standard because you felt like you had options. And having options makes you feel like you can have a standard more easily than I didn't meet anyone I liked in the last 5 years. And now all of a sudden someone came along and they liked me. And that like now becomes very compelling. And all of a sudden we're not connecting with, well, okay, but do we share the same values? Do we have the same way of looking at life? Do we have a similar outlook? Is this person actually treating me well? It becomes enough that they like me, because being liked or someone coming along that I'm attracted to and they like me, it feels so rare that it now is like, I've got to hold on to this. And it's the holding on that makes me suddenly do things that I would never normally do, or put up with things that I would never normally put up with. I think that we have to redefine what the win is in all of this. And you can look at that a number of ways. If you redefine, if winning the game is finding peace, then you look for the things that will create peace in your life. Whether it's single or in a relationship, it kind of doesn't matter. If someone comes along and what they're doing robs you of your peace, and it's because, not because of something you have to work on, but it's because of their behaviors, it's disrespectful, they absolutely make it unclear as to whether they really like you or not, or whether they're interested in moving things forward or progressing. You have a conversation with that person and you explain to them, this is not making me feel good. And because of that, I find myself wanting to give less and less energy to it, and you start to back away. I think the that woman, her comment stopped me in my tracks for a reason, because she made a very compelling argument.
Yeah.
But I also think she made an overly simplistic argument, because I think that having standards, it will absolutely push some people away, but having standards also is a magnet for people that you wouldn't attract without standards. It actually does pull certain people towards you. I mean, my fiance Audrey, she did things that I remember when I met her in London, and when I first went back to LA, I was not treating her seriously. I was not progressing the relationship. I went back to LA, and I was still being single, and I didn't want a long distance relationship, but I still texted her, and I think one day I sent her a message that said, like, I miss you, or I'm thinking of you. And in that moment, she had a choice to make. This person likes me. That she would have felt. And there probably also would have been at least a little excitement that this person that I like is reaching out to me. Now, that excitement may have also been combined with frustration, resentment, and anger that, what the hell? Like, I haven't heard from him in weeks, and now I get this. It's a whole thing together. But some people take all of those feelings and they go, I'm going to set them all to one side and just respond as if I'm fine.
Yes.
Because I don't even want to communicate to this person that they have any leverage over me emotionally. But B, I kind of want to see where this goes.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to roll with it. Now, when someone does that, it sends a very clear message to the person on the other side, which is that let's call it negligence of this relationship or dynamic, whatever, situationship, goes unnoticed.
Yes.
Or at the very least, it goes ignored. You're willing to ignore it, which concretizes the behavior.
Yes, it does.
And
so they're not fruit flies.
She didn't do that. She didn't play cool. She also didn't just kind of respond to be flirtatious. And now that I've got one text from him, I'm going to get him really attracted this time.
Yeah.
What she said was, hey, I hope you're well. To be honest, I haven't felt that close to you in a while.
Okay.
And rightly or wrongly, this message comes across like a bid for attention.
Oh, to everyone else, I consider Audrey a friend, and I just went deeper into my friend love for her, because that's good. That's so good. I'm going to tell you, my 57-year-old self could not imagine having the confidence to say that. That's amazing. I love that.
And she will tell you that there was a time when she didn't have that confidence, and which, by the way, I think is really important that people understand. You can change at any time in your life. It doesn't matter. You've been a certain way your whole life. You've always had a certain pattern. You can change. I don't care what age you are, what stage you are. You can change at any point in your life and create a new reference point that leads to a new belief. But you have to do something different to create a new reference point. Now, she sent me that message, and there's a couple of important things to note about that message. It wasn't in any way aggressive. It wasn't passive aggressive either. It was clear. She even said, "I hope you're well." It still had compassion. Hey, I hope you're well. I haven't felt that close to you in a while now. That acknowledges that we haven't been close. And then it said, and rightly or wrongly, the rightly or wrongly is really powerful phraseology. Because when you say rightly or wrongly, you're also removing ego from the situation. Because she's not saying, I'm accusing you of this. She's saying, I might be wrong. I might have completely misread this situation. But here's how it reads. This comes across like a bid for attention. Now, she shone a light on that elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Like that, there was no elephant in the room after that. It was like, oh. And I felt called out. I realized, I can't do this here. This isn't, and by the way, what I was doing wasn't even a conscious thing. What it is I'm just trying to get mine.
Yes, she called it right.
I just wanted to, I'm feeling lonely. And I'm looking for something. You know, we're very quick to kind of, you know, demonize people in different ways, but a lot of the time it's like just everyone's an addict in some way. Everyone's got their thing, right? In that moment, I'm like, I need something. I'm looking for something. There's something I'm not getting in my life that is making me reach out in that way, but not in a way that's appropriate for the kind of investment she's looking for. Right. Now,
Hey, thanks for making my day with your haze.
What?
Typo, I meant face.
Meet cutes happen every day on Tinder, just not like they do in the movies.
Anyone out there hoping that made me suddenly say, you know what, would be wrong.
Okay.
And that's important to know because we're engaged now. But I didn't suddenly have an about turn that day, which is why a key thing is you are in love. You are either playing a short game or you are playing the long game.
Don't pay attention to
And real standards is about playing the long game. It's I am willing to turn this thing away and not say and don't ever come back.
Okay. Please.
That's ego.
Can't handle it right now.
Instead, it's what you're
Oh.
offering.
Flush on fire.
There's a door that you can walk through that's open to you. But you're never going to get
the
through
fuck?
this wall that you're trying to get through here. If you want to come over here and walk through this door, that door's actually unlocked. That door is one where you actually invest. It's
Okay.
consistent. You make me feel safe. But that's over here. Right now, you're over here. You're trying to barge through.
Please
a
shut the
wall.
fuck
You're
up.
gonna get through that wall.
Breathing.
If it's causing an issue, they do have to look at it. A decision on when and where to move the sign will be made in December, but speculation is that it will likely be moved to the nearby train station. For interviews and other audio, go to CJD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app.
Okay.
With the latest from the
No.
CJD 800 traffic
No.
center.
Don't care. Breathing. Okay. I have to go fix laundry first thing. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Okay. I have to come right back up and fucking fix this thing. Dad, it's done. I'm itchy again. What? No? I said I'm itchy again. Because it's my fault. It's the sink. Ow. Oh my god. Very itchy. Burning. Flesh on fire. Okay. Come give me socks. Oh. I got the system off, so should do this a little bit. Technically my fault. Yep. Okay. Oh. A little closer.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. Kind of fucking dangerous.
my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. It's a jerk. Are you in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Why?
What's happening? Here.
Where are you, Georgie?
Sink. They're not fruit flies or drinks. That's why we're having asthma attacks. Brain flies cause asthma, it triggers asthma attacks. I have to deal with the drain right now. Okay. Oh my god.
What happened if we're jabbing it, right?
And they said tape it. Tape your drain. Fucking like holy shit. It's fucking my fault. Idiot. Fucking. Okay. Oh, jeez. I need
Well,
one.
duct tape is here.
Wow. Okay. Like, oh my god. Like, look.
I see it.
That's so fucking bad.
You want to spray on it?
Because if they're open, so it's just gonna fucking burn. I need to get fucking fixed. And it's just because it's a burning itching. And as soon as I touch it, it turns into a huge scratch, like a welt. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna fucking. What do you call it?
Just pee?
No, it's I'm waiting for the Benadryl to kick in.
Oh.
That's why Jack, when he's like pawing his face and he's like panicky, you got one in your hand good like yesterday, and you felt like how it burnt. Look what it did. Look what it did.
Stop moving. Oh. What is it?
Or drain gnats. Hi, baby. You want to go outside, go pee? Okay. Okay. Ow! Ow, that really hurt. I just stepped on the peanut butter. Go ahead. One on my under my arm fucking burned so bad.
Your head is super red.
Whole body's like this right now. Maybe take Jack back upstairs while I do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck, and I missed. Fucker. And I lost it, and it's gone. Fucking piece of shit. Okay. Oh. And apparently, this thing, it has citronella, so to get them like out of the air. Oh, cool. Oh, we have some right here. They actually, this is what they said on the website. This exact thing. Like this one, this is for ants. Like, okay, I'll have to read it. It's really funny. They're like, if it's really that bad, and you can't quite figure, because they go into plants too, like potted plants. They say you can buy these little worms to put into your plant. I'm like, that's kind of like a weird thing though, to like buy bugs to put in your home. But I did that with ladybugs. It was kind of like around this time, and it was ladybug season, so they were all over my tree. Oh, God. And I was like, the neighbors just thought I was crazy because I was just like up against my parents' pine trees, and I'm just like doing this. I'm like circling around the pine trees, and they were probably like, "What the fuck is she doing at the tree?" I'm really sorry.
Well, I was falling asleep and I wanted to go to the grocery store.
Yeah, but I have to deal with this first, and we can go. Maybe take a nap?
What I tried, that's what I did.
Shitty. If he starts to itch, just let me know so I can give him a Benadryl.
You didn't already won this morning?
No, I'm just mean if you notice him itching a lot. Because I only give him teeny tiny little pieces at a time. What do you do with it? Okay. Fucker. Sucks ass. Okay. Work. Well. I hate Lily right now. I need to my bill. Come on. Wow. See. I'm very disappointed. Okay. Oh, fuck. Get up, baby. No. My fault. Fucking gross. And this is what I fucking get for being fucking gross. Justo. Okay. One. Two. Okay. Now this fucking shit be done. The exact same thing. Oh yeah, okay. Really? Okay. No. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, no. I thought I told it again. I did it again. Fuck. You know he saw it somewhere though. Huh? Oh wow. Okay. Really? Ooh. Huh. What the hell is that? Okay. Tape. Other tape. A balloon. What else is under here? Okay. Bag. Yeah. That's important. Oh, that smokes. What the hell? Wait, what is that? What the fuck is that? What? That is a meatball. Gross. Okay. I'm pretty sure the potato under here has been under here for like 2 years. Up. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Nothing in there. Okay, come on. Yeah. Good. Oh, God. Okay. I think I need it. There's a little pumpkin. It's adorable. Okay. Oh. Are you mad? Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. No. Ah! Son of a bitch! Okay. Okay. Going down. Okay. Down that way. Okay. Okay. No, this way. Fuck. Ah, fuck. Okay, come on. Right. Oh my god, really? Ah. Come on. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. I believe in a thing called love. What chance we can make it now? Everything called love. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Come on. Come on. So, come on. Turn it a little faster. Ah, for fuck's sake. Come on. The world will follow after. Come on. Everybody's after. Oh, come on. Oh. Jump a little higher. Yeah. Come on. If you feel a little lighter. All right. Come on. You were once upon a time in love. Accidentally in love. Okay, come on. Accidentally in love. Accidentally in love. Okay. Accidentally in love. Accidentally. I'm in love. Accidentally in love. I'm in love. Oh. Wow. That's pretty fucking cool. You're like a weird transformer thing. Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, one. Just shove it in here. Make sure there's space in it. Okay, good. Okay. Alright. One. Yep. Okay. Come on. Here. Huh? Stupid. Yep. Man, you still want to go? Yeah. Okay. 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 Why are you doing that? Oh, God. Oh! Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that's one. And dose.
Please.
Better not move, or I'll fuck you up there. Okay. One. Ow. Okay. Okay. This one. And dose. Ish. No. Oh. Shit. tight.
Is it tight?
Ah. Yes, I
I farted.
Okay. It's here. Hi. Well, I think I actually did right. What? I think I fixed it.
Huh?
I think I actually fixed it.
What?
The shop vac.
Oh.
Okay. Come on. Come on. Really? Why? Okay. Well, I think I almost fixed it. Okay. Shit. Wow, really? It didn't break. Wow. That little clay, tiny, tiny, handmade clay pot. That's crazy.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's one. Okay. What? No. Ugh. the fuck? Ugh. Ow. Fucking super lame. Ugh. Ugh. Stay. Dude. Who's here? What the fuck? Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh. Phew. What's up? Are you talking to me? You're not even there. Okay. Yeah. Here. Huh. Yeah. One more. Short. That one right there. Like, what a bitch. Okay. Cool. Yep. Want to see what's missing? Ah, there's light!
These ones are doing the same thing.
What do you mean?
They're flickering and they're
Really?
not strong. Let's still do. Because I thought it was the outlet.
That one burns out frequently, and that one burns out frequently.
Yeah, but this one.
The dressing room. I changed them already more than once. Want to see what was missing? Okay. All was missing? See that little lip around it? That's what broke off of it. No, just that little metal lip.
Yeah.
Because it's not screw, it's not a nut. I was like, yeah, but can't I just put a nut on it and clamp it? Like, and it just like it wasn't. So it has a cage that goes on top, going flying off, but like there's nothing that holds it on. It's the piece that holds it on, and that's what broke off. So the thing bounces around in it and it starts to burn the plastic.
Are we going?
What?
Are we going?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So much better.
You know.
So much better. Did you get like a pile of bugs to face?
No. I did poop.
That sounds like a weird euphemism.
I threw it outside.
Okay, thank you, baby. My hero.
Okay, we probably need a lot of stuff.
Well.
So let's try to not.
Okay, I'll pay attention to the person.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm always done paying attention to prices.
Now it's one of the worst times.
I know. Well, it's just like it's a matter of just being like price, like just say the word price. I'm like, and I'll realize because sometimes it's just
I'm
like
not rich. When I say I'm not rich, it means that we're struggling.
I know, but sometimes I just forget because I'm trying to rush. I'm used to
Quick necessary.
do it. I'm always fucking being cheap. I'm Scottish. Because I start to fucking not pay attention. And I don't do it intentionally because I'm being a dick. It's just, I'm a privileged white girl. I don't know what else to say. Fuck it.
Yeah, but right now we're pretty fucking black in the box. So.
Yeah, well, black people are fucking not too bad right now.
We're black in the box.
Yeah, well, at least fucking the government fucking gives you that payout. Wait. Yeah, I just opened that. I found a meatball under there. I don't know. Fucking.
Yeah, well.
I'm pretty sure there's a potato under there. That's been there since we moved in. Like the first week we moved in.
That's probably why we got fruit fly, baby.
What? No, it's because the cup of fruit on top of the microwave.
No, but potatoes are the worst.
It's not the fruit flies though. That's the problem. It's the drain. It's their drain gnats. I've had drain flies before, but not drain gnats. And it's because of what's under the sink because it's broken. That's where they're going.
Oh yeah, I changed light because I want to try my shoes.
We can rollerblade there if you want.
Huh?
You can rollerblade there if you want. We can go slow. Why? It takes 5 minutes, not even.
I can see shit.
Okay.
I need glasses.
Okay.
Cody lent me his glasses because I didn't have protection glasses.
Yeah.
He lent me his glasses. Wow. I can see everything perfectly. Oh, I can get glasses.
Gatorade. You can unicycle, or you can push me on the unicycle. I'm serious.
I just laughed because of the thought of it.
Yeah, I know the visual would be hilarious. Oh yeah.
What's that?
My computer died. Actually,
I thought it was mine upstairs saying something.
no, it's my computer constantly died.
I guess we missed Walmart, right?
Yeah.
I would have bought you other fucking.
Yeah, but my priority is under the sink. Like I have to wait for the wall now. We have Dijon mustard written 3 times.
Well, you probably buy, yeah, because you have to buy 3, right? You told me. Right, Dijon mustard on the wall.
No, I asked, did I write it down?
Mustard.
How many Caesars do we
7.
7?
Yes.
Like what, 3 days?
What?
4 days?
How many Caesars do you get?
Sometimes he eats 2. Most time he eats 2.
Okay, Christ.
I feed him one, then you feed him one later on at night.
We'll just, yeah, but sometimes there's always one wasted. I just threw one out. Anyway, I'll buy $5.
I thought I just stepped on the dog's campaign.
The dog with a campaign?
I thought, what? I thought I just stepped on the dog, but it was a campaign.
Oh.
So I stepped backwards and I just thought I kicked him off the fucking thing.
Same size, not same texture.
Same weight, too. Fuck those shoes.
Oh, yeah, my shoes. I changed that leg for the whole purpose of it, and I even. And I go over there to pick up my shoes, and I look at my trowel, and I love my trowel. I go pick up my shoes.
What am I doing?
You're getting ready so we can go.
No, I'm putting out the fucking light.
Oh. Just turning.
I know. I went to blow it out for some reason. Why? God, I know. I usually do it that way.
It's still good?
I'm trying to rush. That's why. Yeah.
Breathe. Breathe. Please.
You're fucking such a pain in the fucking ass. Were you just outside? It's cold still?
I don't know.
It really didn't seem that cold
It's
though.
not that cold.
It says it's 6 degrees.
Yeah, but the ground.
Batman! My green coat has a hole in it, so it's actually like a secret stash of just camping chocolate. Well, if anyone picks up my coat, they're just gonna hear like Smarties in a box because of it.
No, it's when you put the X-ray detector. You got a bunch of it in like Kit Kats and shit. And you can read it. Okay.
Well, like, like what he was seeing in my bag, he's like, you have a lot of sugar bag, like it's makeup. I'm like, oh yeah, the dog leash. We had 2 Cokes, or like I had a Coke and a bottle of ginger ale or something.
So did I do well to remove your knife from it?
Definitely, 100%, yeah. No, they would have detained me.
You have to trust me for those.
I 100% trust you, yeah. And I told you that from the beginning.
No, I was telling you, you're like, nah, no, and like, yeah.
From the moment that I had gotten pulled over, you know exactly how that would have went down.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for you last time, if it wasn't for Dom, because even with Dom there, he's like, you have no idea me being there how much I just saved your ass.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, but I didn't do anything. And he's like, it doesn't matter, Matt. You're not hearing me. I'm like, I am hearing you. I'm saying I didn't do anything. He's like, they don't care. They don't see it that way. Like, and he was just like, the whole time, he's like, just shut up. Just shut up, Matt. Like, but like, I was doing the ditzy just so that he's like, look, see, I'm dealing with a difficult female. She's just stupid. That's what I was going for. Not with that cop. The cop that I was dealing with.
It is not illegal.
I was not expecting him to tell me I was
It's not illegal to be stupid.
No, but like I was not expecting him to say that I was warranted though. Like in all fairness, because I'm like I don't do anything illegal that warrants a warrant. Like it's because I don't pay my taxes anymore. I guarantee you that's why.
I haven't paid my taxes in 11 years.
You're on welfare. You're still in the system.
I wasn't on welfare.
What?
I wasn't on welfare for 11 years.
Yeah, but it's because I dropped off the system. I'm nowhere. I'm ghost right now.
No, that's why you think they put a warrant on you?
Yeah.
Instead of, yeah, because they can't give you notification. You never.
Because they went to dumps.
You never went to court, so you never notified
I
court.
never had a reason to go to
No,
court.
I mean that's what I'm saying. You never went to court, so you never notified the court where you live
What is?
or your phone number for the.
No, I had my phone number on there for the longest
Not
time.
anymore.
And then it goes to Lachine, and then they tried
Yeah.
to follow me in Lachine,
Not
and Don was
anymore.
like, "I shouldn't live here anymore."
You changed phone number
Yeah,
and you changed address.
yeah.
Didn't notify anybody because you didn't have to.
I didn't change to an address. I changed to the road.
No.
When I change your address, the street. Motherfucker. You okay? Want me to get you something to drink?
Mm-hmm.
A Coke? Milk?
Yeah.
Those bubbles are probably not gonna help.
Okay, goodbye. You don't have to rush.
Okay.
Good thing these ones were scratched.
Sorry, baby. Okay.
Ah.
I'm walking with your report.
Cool. What? No, I want to give them away because they're super huge. Look at the waist. Huh? Yeah, but even though they're gonna be so slack on me because it's too much. Get ready, John.
Oh my god, you see fucking Christian Freeland recently? Holy shit, man.
That?
No, she's totally fucking tweaking like a motherfucker.
Real?
No, this is bad. Like, this is like straight up tweaking. Like, there's no denying that tweaking.
I'm tweaking.
I kind of am too, because now I know that fucking. I'm fucking gross and stupid, so much so that I gave our house bugs. So that's being dealt with fucking night.
What do you need for that?
What?
What do you need for that?
I have all the things I need. I just be not disgusting anymore. It was that the 3 bad batches in a row from Matthew. Because each time it was like a buffer time of like 3 days to a week between. I fucking hate that shit. And even this fucking batch is kind of really bad. It's kind of tolerated.
Oh, the house is clean on that batch. So bad.
I know, but it's like I know, but like, I'm doing more than I would like because I'm tolerating it.
You're exhausting yourself though, because you're doing that while talking to the radio, talking to me, doing other stuff around, and you're just
Me
running.
okay, so me talking to the radio.
You don't bring
I
it.
know it seems like it's crazy.
No, it's not that. I'm saying sometime you don't breathe.
Neither do you in the morning.
Yes. But
No, that's new
It's
for
not-
you.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's normal for me to be hyperventilating and panicking.
You know how many times worse I was than you?
What?
You cannot imagine how worse I was. Like when I was high and doing a project. Oh my fucking god.
Project, like a cage. Yeah, but that cage you did it like lickety split. Like you did it right away, like within like a couple hours.
Yeah, but oh my god, I went so much.
Because I didn't know you really at that point. I didn't know you at that point, and it was like I went there was no bird cage. I went there, back there, and there's a bird cage there. I was like, what the fuck? Like, they're like, oh yeah, Joker did it for us. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Well, you fucking bird cage. You were like fucking 20 birds and fucking little tiny cage.
Oh, it was
Like,
super
what the
cool.
fuck?
It looked. I was like, it looked like it came with the apartment.
Right.
It looked like it was built into the apartment. So like, fucking cage your kids.
That's how I am. I see animals struggling, even if they don't talk. I'm like, oh, poor.
That's what that black lady that we started watching recently. That's what she was saying. That what do you call it? The one thing that like she can handle basically anything. The one thing that she has a zero tolerance for, and it's a no negotiation, is being physical. If you are